It would mean a lot to win the season-long race. That's the stuff that I love.
It's an honor, especially knowing that the only other player to do it from Spain was Seve.
Just seeing some of the greatest players of all time, to sort of join that would be incredible.
This is Dubai.
This is the Rolex series.
Events that are reserved for the golfing elites.
This is the DP World Tour Championship.
The championship where memories are made.
One event, two trophies.
This is the final day.
It all comes down to this. Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Well, it really does come down to this, doesn't it? The final day of the season. Very good morning to you. Welcome to our feature group coverage on day 4 of the DP World Tour Championship, the 43rd final event of the campaign, concluding today over the Earth course at Jumeirah Golf Estates. All set up for the perfect finale. You can see there's 12,000 points on offer today. 2,000 will go to the winner, Rory McIlroy, top of the ranking, start of the week, and as it stands, he's projected to remain there. There are a few permutations to work out, but thankfully it's early in the morning and they don't go off for a few hours, so we don't have to quite get into them right now. I'm Richard Kaufman. Alongside me is Thomas Bjorn. Our first feature group covers the players who started the week 13th and 45th respectively on the rankings. Ewan Ferguson and Eddie Pepperell, both, Thomas, I suppose with good reason to feel good about 2022.
Yeah, definitely Ewan Ferguson out of that Scottish trio of players that's done so well this year. Bob McIntyre himself and Connor Syme, they've kind of grown up together and bobble along together in the amateur game, and now they're here. Played extremely well, very talented. You know, as I say, anybody that makes it here has done really well. Eddie Pepperell, you know, for him it's been a season of. Back end of the season he did so well, and he's snug in here, and I think he'll be quite content with the way his golf is trending more than anything.
Yeah, it's this time last year he played an event in Dubai on the fire course, missed the cut, said he was like banging his head against a brick wall, and started the year poorly, but back with his old coach, back with his old caddy. You can see there Jamie as well, and things are ticking along very nicely, very consistently. Nicholas Colsaert's going to be watching this pairing for us. Time to say a very good morning again, Nicholas.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to see my great friend Thomas Bjorn in the box with you. Can't wait to exchange and talk about this group that I'm following this morning, like you've mentioned.
Yeah, worth saying, we've had a little bit of a shuffle of the pack. Jay Townsend will be out on the course a little bit later on. Thomas in the box. Warren Humphreys, who's celebrating a big day for him, his final day on the DP World Tour, and the commentary box is going to be with the main feed later, so lots to look forward to. It's a mouth-watering prospect, Nicholas. I know you're looking at this pairing here, but in terms of a final day of the season on the DP World Tour, it couldn't really be set up much better, could it?
Well, no, we've got an exceptional golf course. We've got a golf course that's in incredible condition, like it is every year, to be honest. I'm quite happy with the two guys I'm following. Maybe another group in the far end today. Fitzy, McIlroy, Rahm up there are big boys, so I think we're in for a great game of golf.
Indeed we are. We're looking at Eddie Pepperell right now, from the Oxfordshire region of England, 31 years of age. You know, to start the year without full status on the DP World Tour, losing his card last season. I know he's done this before, but to come back and end up in the season finale, that has taken some strong willpower.
Absolutely. I think he went through a period there at the start of the season, and you said he went back to his old coach during the season, and I just think there was a point there where you sometimes think the grass is not always green on the other side. You know, you go back to what you know, and you know you're at an age now where you can't make that many changes in your game. You gotta stick with what you're good at and try and improve that.
We can see he's still working on that movement in his swing there, Eddie Pepperell. Gone back to Tomo, as he calls him, Alan Thompson. He'll be off in a short while, but let's just remind you how things stand at the top of the leaderboard. And as we were talking there with Nicholas, what a way it's set up for the last day. Jon Rahm's record around here, he's played 3 times. First, fourth, first. It's pretty handy, isn't it? Matt Fitzpatrick's won here twice, Rory McIlroy's won here twice. So those 3 players, Rahm, Fitzpatrick, McIlroy, looking to become the first player to win 3 times around the Earth course. Alex Noren, well, we know what he can do. Another Ryder Cup player like Tyrrell Hatton. 4 Rolex Series apiece between Hatton and Rahm, looking to be the first to get to number 5. You'd be surprised if the winner didn't come from those 5, wouldn't you, Thomas?
Yeah, I think that's where you got to look. Obviously, Tommy Fleetwood there in 6th with winning last week might just also with a big good round here last round sneak in there and be able to do it. But you got to look at the top. You know, they were world class, and I thought in the end of the round yesterday, I thought Rory and Rahm just kind of got a little bit ahead of everyone and showed why they are just a little bit better than everybody else in the world. And they've been arguably probably in the top 3 in the world players at the moment, the way they're playing.
Yeah, we're just going through the leaderboard here, and everyone's got something to play for. But just going back to Rory, you know, going to, what was it, 16 on Friday, I mean, he looked out of it, and now to be in this position, he's got all that momentum going with him.
Yeah, but you got to look at it. You know, there's few players through time that has that ability that he has. He really did look poorly for the first 33 holes, and he said it himself. He was off. He wasn't really doing anything that made him tick. He didn't feel comfortable, and then all of a sudden a few good shots, 16 birdie, 17 birdie, and then he hit those 2 magnificent shots on 18 to make an eagle, and I was, yeah, maybe that can kickstart me. He came out yesterday, and I thought the first 3 holes, even though he made eagle on the second, those bogeys on 1 and 3, I thought he's not looking quite right. But from there, he was perfection, absolute perfection.
Yeah, drove the ball fantastically well. Play got underway at 7:40 this morning, so we just had about an hour's worth of play. Here's Ewan Ferguson, twice a winner this season. I was actually there for both of those victories, Qatar and the ISBS Handle World Invitational. 2 very different wins. In Qatar, he kind of snuck in, chipped in at 16. Suddenly he found himself at the front and nobody could overtake him, whereas in Northern Ireland, he led from day 1, where he shot an opening round 62. Jordan Smith momentarily called him in the final round, but he kept his head above everybody else. To win twice in one season, when, you know, in all due respect, it's the first year where he's had proper full rights. That's a pretty good statement, isn't it, in 2022 from him?
Absolutely. I've been fortunate to play with him a couple of times. I think I didn't really know much about him, and then when you get out on the golf course and see how he hits it, the way he goes about things, he's actually a pretty full professional in the way he does it at the age of 26, and really being his first full year on tour. I was surprised, and very positively surprised. The way he strikes it and the way he swings it, I thought was some of those where one of those young players you see once in a while, you go, he's got a chance to go a long way, this boy. And so yeah, it was a comfortable way for me to look at him. I played with him and Bob McIntyre together, and the two of them are very different in style. You know, Bob has a little bit more flashy way about him and hits all sorts of different kind of shaping shots. Ewan is a lot more just pop it out there, pop it up there, but not short by any means, but a much more direct golfer, the way you see the modern golfer today, a little bit more simple, where McIntyre has a little bit more flashiness about him.
Well, there he is. We just saw Eddie Pepperell talking with the Chief Executive CEO of the DP World Tour, Keith Pelly. 7,700 yards, the earth course at Jumeirah Golf Estates. It's played a little differently this year, Thomas, hasn't it?
Yeah, so this is the first year where they haven't overseeded. I think they struggled with the overseed because it's been so hot. You know, obviously when you come out of the summer here in the Middle East, it is very hot. So the overseed hasn't really taken over the last few years we've been here, and therefore there hasn't been any rough. So they decided to go a different route this year. They decided not to overseed and let the Bermuda just keep growing, and that has made it extremely difficult. If you miss the fairways off the tee here, you know, the ball kind of most of the time drops right to the bottom, and you can only really pop it out in the fairway, and that puts more emphasis on driving. And this is a golf course where you really want to be in position off the tee because the greens are so big and has so many areas where you want to be in the right place to attack these areas. But if you do drive the ball well, if you do get in the right places on the fairway, it is very doable, and that's why you see low scoring at times when people get it right. You know, you can really attack the golf course, and the par fives offers great opportunity as well.
Yeah, even with those difficulties, I'm looking at the winning scores. So let's go through the last few years. Matt Fitzpatrick, 2016, won at 17 under. Rahm the following year at 19 under. Willett 18 under. Then the last 3 years, Rahm 19 under, Fitzpatrick 15, and Colin Morikawa last year at 17 under. Despite the difficulties of that rough, and some players have struggled to get out with it, we still got 15 under leading with 18 holes to go.
Yeah, but they're pretty good.
They are, aren't they? That's why they're good to watch, isn't it? Well, it is event number 43 of 43 of the campaign, the DP World Tour season coming towards a conclusion. It's been a great season so far.
I've been running around catching fireflies, trying to breathe.
Thomas Pieters is back at golf's top table. Dazzling display in the desert by Nikolai Højgaard.
Like flowers in the hall, I built between to keep us.
Unbelievable from Olesen.
To fall back.
A victory for Victor Perez.
History's been made in Sweden. We have a female champion on the DP World Tour.
Absolutely brilliant from Hao Tong Lee. He is a Rolex Series winner.
Shane Lowry is the BMW PGA champion. Emotional win, emotional week.
And Fox has his place in history. Mission accomplished for Jon Rahm.
Well, some great emotions, some great victories, some great stories there throughout 2022, and this is how it's all shaped up right now. So with 18 holes to play, these are the projected rankings. Now, a lot can change. McIlroy could win the rankings, Fitzpatrick, all these players really. Ryan Fox, I suppose, is out of it where he is right now, but John Rahm's up there, Fleetwood's up there, Adrian Meronk as well. I mean, it would take a lot for him to win the rankings, but he's not that far away from the lead right now, so still a lot of permutations that could happen. But Rory was in the driving seat at the start of the week, Thomas, and you have to say he's right back there again.
Yeah, he really is. I just, that's going back to what I said before, that the last 15 holes yesterday I thought was perfection. I think he played himself into a position, and I now think his biggest obstacle for winning the event is Jon Rahm. I think Fitzpatrick and Hatton, you know, it was almost a bit, they maybe ran out a little bit out of energy yesterday. You know, they are long seasons, and you keep pushing yourself, and Fitzpatrick's been a bit under the weather this week, and you could just see that there wasn't quite the same energy about him, and Hatton ran out of energy on the back nine. So I do think this becomes an event between Rahm and McIlroy as we start off, but don't count any of the others out. You never know what happens in a round of golf.
Oh, back on the first. It's going to be a fantastic day, and we're all looking forward to it. We're can see the chairman and the CEO of the DP World Tour on the first tee, along with Ewan Ferguson and Eddie Pepperell there, and not forgetting as well another distinguished guest in the shape of Nico Colsaerts. Nico, it's another gorgeous Dubai morning.
Well, yeah, we've been pretty blessed with mornings without wind, so let's see if these guys are capable of taking advantage of the golf course.
So Ewan Ferguson, first to go. It's his first look at the Earth course at Jumeirah Golf Estates this week, playing in the DP World Tour Championship, and it's getting better every day. 76, 72, 70, so hopefully something today in the 60s for the 26-year-old Scot from the outskirts of Glasgow. Starting the week 13th in the rankings. You saw from the graphic we were just showing you, he is, as it stands, slipping down to 16th, but whatever happens over these final 18 holes, it's been a fantastic 2022 for Ferguson.
Going with Fleetwood off the first here, just trying to slide it off that left-hand bunker. That's perfect down the middle.
On the tee from England, Eddie Pepperell.
Eddie kind of plays this golf course a little differently, Nicholas, doesn't he, to others? Driver's not necessarily his biggest asset.
No, but he's found a club, I think, that works off the tee, which is what they call a mini driver. So we're going to see this a fair bit of time today. We want this to slide just a little bit right in front of that bunker, and it does.
And he's found the middle of the fairway as well. Someone suggesting a sandwich left for Eddie Pepperell. I tell you what, he's not. No slacking there, driver or not.
No, Nicholas is right. It's one of those. It's one of those clubs that's in between a driver and a 3-wood. Gets good roll on it.
What's it like, these guys, now that, you know, they've achieved, they've got here to Dubai? For Ferguson, there's 2 victories in the bag. For Pepperell, there's a renaissance. So you've got 18 holes left of the season. You were mentioning there with Fitzpatrick, you know, you're maybe not feeling 100%. You know, it's been a long season. But is it a case now of just, let's give this one last, but let's end this year on a high?
Oh, definitely. You come to this event and you try all the way, and there's still a lot to play for. You know, playing for $10 million in prize funds, so there's still something to play for every position. So you keep pushing yourself right to the end, but you know, sometimes you just run out of steam. I would say that these two, you know, unlike some of the real top players where the season really is going to wind down now, I would say these two might still be playing some golf at the end of the year. I'd be surprised if they're not either in South Africa and Australia. So it does, you know, they don't see their season coming to an end like a Rory McIlroy. This is his last event. He doesn't pick it up till January. You know, he's going to go back and relax and sit back and take some time off. I would say some of these guys are still looking to, like they do every week, improve their golf to what's coming ahead. And rounds like this on good golf courses are still things that you need to, you know, every day is a new day. Every day you learn something, and you can't just switch off just because it's the last round of a season.
Apologies if you picked up a little bit of the language there from one of our victors that'll be in game 11. He had the 2 victors in the field, Victor Perez, Viktor Hovland. Jay Townsend's going to be out following those 2 in a short while. They're not off for another 40 minutes or so.
Well, there you can talk about contrast of characters. You know, Victor Perez, that's, you know, very into details and quiet and just goes about things in a very like specific way. Viktor Hovland, on the other hand, as he is a top professional, you know, he's got a lot of outgoing character, doesn't he? And he's very likable. Not that Victor is not a likable guy, but a very likable guy, Viktor Hovland. A guy that you enjoy watching in the way that he is. There's always emotion going on, and he has that thing. He always looks like he's smiling, just like me.
Absolutely, Thomas. one of the season's winners, Victor Perez, winning the Dutch Open in pretty sensational style as well. One maybe Ryan Fox felt that went away, but he's had a pretty good year himself. This is where the tee shots have finished down at 1.
Well, Nicholas, it's that 4th round pin on the first. What's he facing?
Well, it's he sits in a little bit of a very old divot, so it's not going to really matter that much. But it's just, you know, you walk down the first fairway, you think, okay, like you just said, new day, new opportunity, and you get down to the first and you sit in an old divot. But you can get plenty of club on this. There's no problem at all. Requires a little bit of height. You know, this pin is tucked so close to the big hump that sits behind this bunker, so something high and soft from 180 for Ferguson, probably like an 8-iron or something.
Yeah, it just bounces on. I guess this is of all the pins on this first green, this is the one where you do want to get the tee shot down there so you can go with more loft.
165 for Eddie. Ball sits behind his feet a bit, which will help trying to bring this left to right and find this pin position short right today. This looks pretty good.
Indeed it does. He started yesterday with 3 straight birdies. Chance to open his account again here. You were talking about what they're going to do next. I don't know exactly what Eddie Pepperell's plans are after this week, as we look at this shot again. So was he trying to cut this one in, Thomas?
Yeah, he definitely just stands up and, you know, aim 5-6 yards left of the flag and just try and hold it in there a little bit. I mean, it's perfect conditions there, so you don't really have much wind to work against or with. So you just, you know, it's pretty straightforward, this, playing like in the morning down here where the weather conditions is like this. So you'll be all out attack. And, you know, when you're in this position as well, you might as well give it a proper go and see if you really can move up the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, I said he's looking for the kind of start he had yesterday, Eddie Pepperell, with those 3 straight birdies. I'm saying I'm not sure what his plans are. I know you and Ferguson, actually, he's going on holiday next week. He's off to Nashville, Tennessee to go and have some fun, as he puts it. And then he's going to come back to Dubai and get himself ready for next year and the opening events in the Middle East in 2023. He's actually thinking of coming out and moving out here in Dubai. I know Nicholas has done that himself. What are the particular advantage, Nicholas, for making your base here in Dubai?
Well, except for the obvious, you know, we can play golf all year. We can practice on extremely well manicured facilities. And let's not forget our other halves. My wife is particularly happy living here, being an Australian, English-speaking country. You get things easily done, whatever they are. So it's a nice place to live.
Yeah, I always, you know, people ask me, I lived here back in the day and I still spend a lot of time here, and people ask me what attracts you to the place, and you know, the easiest and most simple answer is quality of life. You know, everything is accessible, the weather's great, you know, your kids love it, schools are great, the facilities are great. So quality of life is just extremely good in Dubai in the way of the way you live day to day. So that's you know, from a golfer's point of view, you have great golf courses, you have great facilities, not just the golf facilities, but, you know, gym facilities, educational facilities in the way of performance institutes and different kinds of things. So everything is available to you here to improve your game, as the quality of life is great. And you wake up in the morning, you don't look outside what you're going to put on, you just put on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt every single day.
I'm going to be honest with you, Thomas. I don't remember the last time I wore a pair of pants when I went practicing.
And I assume the shorts are out today as well, Nico?
100%. I don't even have to look for something else to wear in the morning.
And what about this putt?
It's going to be into the green early. The last bit is going to be a bit quick. First bar left to right, maybe just a foot or two of break for the first 2/3 of this, and straighten it out in the end. Pace will be key at the end.
Tell you what, these greens might have an extra foot on them today in pace. That was a quick putt going down there.
In amongst where the green balls are, the ones that have been made. We've had birdies already at this hole from, well, a handful of players. Torbjorn Olesen in the group prior. He made a birdie here to get to 1 over par. That's exactly what Eddie Pepperell is looking to do.
Yeah, not a lot of studying to do for Eddie, because he was paying attention to what Hugh and Ferguson's putt did. Just maybe lacked a little bit of pace to hold on the line at the end there.
So just a par. Sixth time playing in the DP World Tour Championship for Eddie Pepperell. One of 9 debutants here this week, Ewan Ferguson.
Just outside left lip here, I think. Be aggressive with this one. Yeah, good putt. But going back to Dubai, you know, it's, you know, we obviously been coming here for so many years. It's, but you look at the things that are happening here. You know, I sat next to the people from DP World the other day, and they all the stuff they put into the city to develop the city. And in golf, you know, they've been really keen on creating this Tommy Fleetwood Academy to bring it to schools, bring it into the community, bring the game to the community in Dubai. And when you think about Dubai as a place, you know, how far it's come since we came here for the first time for the Desert Classic and where it is now. For golf to be part of the community, to be part of kids going to school and they can choose to play golf instead of football or rugby or cricket or whatever else, and any sport. Obviously kids should be introduced to every sport in the world, but for golf to be part of that, and for Tommy Fleetwood to create an academy here that really is purely based on bringing kids from the region into the game of golf, well, that's growing the game in a way for worldwide golf that is exceptional. And that's what I like about seeing. When I stood on that range and saw the academy down there at the end, I thought, well, that's something Tommy can be proud of, but as a European tour, that's something we can be proud of, that we are part of seeing our players and members create stuff like this that makes the game grow all over the world.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, no, Tommy Fleetwood's academy that was opened earlier this week. This is the second hole, and this is, you know, the first. Eddie obviously had a good birdie look there, but the second you're thinking, this is where I can open my birdie account.
Well, it's all about the drive here on the second. Tough pin position there today on the front left, so it's difficult to get close. We've seen eagles here when the back pin positions, but you've got to get the drive away here, get it in the fairway, and it's reachable pretty much for everybody in the field. Not everybody's going to hit it like 380 down here like Rory did yesterday, which was remarkable. He only hit an 8-iron in here. But these guys can still get there in 2.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 big hits today to get there. A little bit of a draft, and it's still early in the morning. And that's going to stay in the left rough, unfortunately. Down, sitting down a bit too. You know, there's a funny thing about this second hole historically, because I have played at this end of the draw, and I've also played at the other end of the draw. in the morning you tend to have this hole into the wind, and when you come in the afternoon, around lunchtime or so, it seems like most of the time it's playing downwind. Don't get me wrong, I mean 380 on the tee yesterday for McIlroy is a massive whack, but you wouldn't be able to do that this morning.
One left, one right.
I only ever played in the morning here, Nico.
I didn't want to bring it up.
Did you? Well, you mentioned Rory McIlroy in that massive hit he hit here, and you know, he went bogey, eagle, bogey at the start. Cyril Hatton started brilliant. He was out in 3 under. He had a 3-shot lead at one stage, then missed this short one at 10.
Yeah, and it really did come off after this. You know, I don't know what happened. He was in such control of his game, but that one missed, and not great.
These 2 shots at the end of the front 9, Thomas.
Yeah, this was, you know, he wasn't really playing his best, but then all of a sudden, it was just like, turn it on, flick of a switch.
Yeah, the PGA Tour stats are interesting, aren't they, as we watch Noren here hold his putt at 6. The way Rory's improved from that sort of 80 to 120 yard distance.
When he went pretty much from last, I think, in stats to first.
Yeah, unbelievable. Matt Fitzpatrick could still emerge today. He was a little up and down, but he finished strongly.
Yeah, you know, it was just, it wasn't really clicking for Fitzpatrick yesterday, like we've seen the first 2 days. But he's still there, or thereabouts. This was on 16.
Yeah, out of 37, but back in 33 for his round of 70, the US Open champion. But Jon Rahm certainly going through the gears.
Yeah, he missed a couple of drives left yesterday, but his wedge game was arguably the best I've seen in many, many years.
Yeah, he shot a 66 on day 2 and said it could have been anything. He felt he got the best out of his score with a 65 on round 3.
Yeah, and this one on 13, top pin position there, and what a shot that was.
Yeah, there's some fantastic shots from him. I mean, he was down the right flank off the tee here at 18. He had a great shot, just missed the eagle putt, but rolled it in, and 15 under. He's the one to catch now.
He certainly is, but there's some great players right behind them, and they're going to try very hard to catch him.
His record around here, I've mentioned it earlier, first, fourth, first. You were saying that maybe it's not a golf course that you've necessarily enjoyed so much. Why does it suit him so much, and why did you not necessarily score as well as you would like here?
Well, I think he said it mostly in his interview yesterday. You know, when you're an extreme long hitter, there's a lot of bunkers that are taken out of play on this golf course, and you can fly it over them, and it gives you great opportunity. I mean, any golf course suits Jon Rahm and Rory McIlroy. Fitzpatrick is probably the one that has a great record around here, that in the past you would say that the golf course shouldn't really suit him. I mean, he's put on so much length over that, especially over the last 6 to 8 months. So now it's a golf course that much more plays into his game, but it is a long hitter's golf course, and when you look at the guys that's won here in the past, it's pretty much taking Fitzpatrick out of it. You know, it's pretty much always long hitters that do well around here.
Well, Viktor Hovland finished 3rd on his one and only previous start around the Earth course at Jumeirah Golf Estates. He's off in our second feature group, the 2 victors, Hovland and Perez. Not very friendly, is it, down second from these 2? They couldn't get much further apart.
Well, in general, I say if you hit it in the fairway, you're not going to see much of Pepperell, but it has improved over the last 6 months. He's not known for hitting a lot of fairways. This one is sitting, you can still see it, but he's only laying up. And then it's all about precision.
What's the lie didn't look promising for Ferguson. What's it in reality, Nico?
Yeah, the both of them were doing the right thing. I mean, if you hit this, if you find a fairway with your layup, you know, this becomes a 4.5 hole. If you try to get this just short of the green somewhere, you're going to have to rely on an exceptional pitch shot.
It's a little friendlier now. Both of them in good position after 2. Viktor Hovland saying good morning on the team. We can say good morning to Jay Townsend. Jay enjoying a little bit of sunshine. We can hear ourselves coming back, I think, as well, Jay.
Yes, it's a beautiful morning out here. It is a bit warm and kind of unusually humid. It's going to be a fun day out here this morning. My day is really easy. You can't get the names mixed up. It's Victor.
You're going to have to do the surnames, I'm afraid.
No! Oh, why are you going to do that to me? I was going for the easy route.
It's a gorgeous morning. The range, I assume, is getting busy right now as we watch Victor going through his pre-round routine.
It is. It's the last round of the season. As Thomas was saying a little while ago, it'll be the last round of the year for some of these players. I mean, they'll play a little bit at home, fun, and work on their game, but it's the last round of the season in anger. And even though the guys that we're following, aren't at the sharp end of the tournament, they have so much to play for. And I'm going to tell you what, these guys have a tremendous amount of pride. They want to go out there and they want to play well. They want to finish off their season well. And every competitive round you play, you're always learning something. You're always building for the future. And that's what these guys are doing today.
You can see there from Victor Perez, from Semeac in France, but now living in Scotland for the last 5 years.
Yeah, we all kind of think, why do you do that? But that's, he lives up there with his partner. And, they run their life out of there and are very happy doing that.
.122 for Pepperell. I find it's always worth to go and have a look at how the ball sits on the fairway here, because grain is always what dictates what you can do with the ball. So 122 would be nothing more than a 3/4 50-degree wedge or so. That's pretty good from Eduardo. Just a couple of paces short of Ferguson. I like Ferguson's game. He's really, really, really good in every compartment of the game. Played with him a couple of years ago when he first came out, and Brian and I, who was working for me back then, looked at each other and went, this guy's good. From 118 he did a similar thing, just a little bit of drafting, almost nothing. It's going to play the true yardage.
Yeah, with these, it's all about just taking dead aim. And you should kind of pick a little spot on the flag stick and kind of look at that. Maybe the blue bit or black bit at the bottom of the flag. Just have that in my eye and keep that in my brain as a, have a picture of that. That's where I'm going to hit it, and kind of minimize this point where I wanted to hit it to. Instead of kind of, a lot of guys just kind of, I'm just going to trust a number and hit it down. I would try and minimize my target all the time to a very specific little spot. The brain has a fantastic way of reacting to when you make things small as a target. Well, then the brain kind of automatically goes into a mode. Well, that's where I'm going to get to, and then your misses gets a little bit better. I was only good with wedges doing it, though.
You were more than good with those wedges,
When
Thomas.
it was at a 5-iron, it didn't work.
We're looking through the rankings here, and these are the projected rankings. At the start of the week, we had 3 Scots inside the top 20. So Ewan Ferguson, who we're watching here, Robert McIntyre, Richie Ramsey. Little quiz question for you and Nicholas then. 3 Scots inside the top 20. The last time that happened on the DP World Tour was 1984. Can you name the 3 Scots? I think you'll get there pretty comfortably, but...
Torrance.
Yeah, do you want to get Nicholas to have a go at one of them?
So what was the question again, sorry?
That's all right. I know you slip those headphones off now and again, Nico. So the 3 Scots in the top 20 right now. The last time that happened was 1984. Who were the 3 Scots? So Thomas has named one of them in Sam Torrance.
Gordon Brown Jr.
That's it. And who wants to go for the bullseye with the final one? Or is Jay? I know you're listening as well. Do you know who the third and final man would be?
I'm going to go for Ken Brown.
No, it wasn't.
Sandy Lyle.
Sandy Lyle, yeah. Second time lucky.
Yeah, why not?
Jay Townsend.
But that's a long time ago.
That's very disappointing from Jay, that he was the only one of us that played with all of these lot.
Now.
He's human. So it's a testing putt on the last green for Ewan Ferguson. Seems to be another one here for him. 45 feet or so, Nico.
Yeah, I think actually more difficult this one to get right, because it's one of them that is going uphill the first half and then down. There's not a lot of break in this. He'd be just thinking pace, somewhere inside 3 feet, 4 feet would be a pretty good result after a disappointing wedge shot. Just completely came over the top of that. It was a rather easy shot from the fairway.
Nice pace. But you're not going to shoot good scores if you keep hitting it to that kind of distance from the flag.
I was saying that Ewan has been getting better every day, first time playing in this event. Nicholas, how much is it a course that you need to know?
Well, I mean, these guys know how to put a game plan in place, and off the tee, you barely, I mean, you have one or two options most of the time. I think knowledge comes on the greens, and having played these pin positions a lot, that definitely helps. Big swing from the right early. And a great start for Eddie.
I agree with Nicholas there. You know, looking at the pin on the first, that's there just over the bunker on the right-hand side. I disagree with getting down there with the back pin positions. That's been a couple of the first 2 days. I think it's important to hit the fairway to those flags. But this pin today, if you lay back, you don't have the ability to stop the ball. So now you have to get down there. So I just think the more you played here, the more you understand what each pin position provides and what you need to do. And I think 3-wood today for these guys was the wrong club off the tee, where they should hit driver. But yesterday, or certainly the first day, they should hit 3-wood off the tee to position themselves.
That's interesting. Couple of pars then for Ewan Ferguson. Stays at 2 over, but a little bit of early progress for Eddie Pepperell.
He's got a great technique. You know, he just stands over the ball and keeps head very still, and it kind of stays still as well through the ball. Good technique on the green from Eddie Pepperell.
Looking at the players on the range, Jay Townsend is there for us. Jay, players have different routines. What's Viktor going through here right now?
Just going through his irons, hit some wedges at first, and just builds up through his bag hitting irons. Looks very good. Just flushing it this morning. And as I said earlier, you know, there's so much pride on the line for these guys. He wants to go out there and shoot something in mid-60s. But as we said all week, you have to really be on your game. You have to drive the ball well with this Bermuda rough. I think the playability of the golf course has changed so much without the overseeded rough.
Yeah, Thomas, it's interesting watching Viktor Hovland here, and you would imagine he would be in the team come what may, but come September for the Ryder Cup. This is an opportunity today, isn't it? You know, you can't win a tournament, but you can grab some Ryder Cup points, and if you're going to be playing a lot of your golf in the United States, you want to grab those opportunities when you can.
Well, absolutely, because it can come down to 1 point at the end of it. And, you know, I think these top players also understand that it's much easier for Luke Donald if they make the team. You know, you don't want to have too many of the great players outside the team when they need in picks, because it gives Luke much more opportunity to mix and match his team. So they'll be pushing to make the team, but then also top players look at it this way and say, well, Ryder Cup team should come as a consequence of me playing the golf I play. I don't think Viktor Hovland is worried about being in a Ryder Cup team. He wants to be in the Ryder Cup team. He definitely wants to be. He's excited about it, but I don't think he worries about making the Ryder Cup team, and neither should he. He should go and play the golf, try and win major championships and the big events in the world, and then that Ryder Cup team takes care of itself.
Ewan Ferguson, just playing for position. Now we saw Foxy the last couple of days ripping it over the bunker, but it's not going to be in these guys' minds this morning. Just playing short of that fairway bunker that sits in the middle. 3 wood or so.
Well, they're fighting out on 2 fronts today, trying to win the Vardon Trophy as the #1 player on the DP World Tour and trying to win the DP World Tour Championship itself. Jon Rahm will start the final round with a 1-shot lead. The top 5 players there have all been ranked in the top 10 of the world at one point in their career, some right now as well. Rory McIlroy, #1, isn't it? #1 on the FedEx Cup, #1 DP World Tour rankings, #1 in the world rankings.
That's what you call a good season.
Although, interestingly, he hasn't won on the DP World Tour yet this season.
Well, he doesn't have one of those stars next to his name, and I just find that absolutely. I was looking through all books and stats and all that. I said that can't be right, that can't be right. But he hasn't won a Rolex Series event, which is just remarkable, really.
Yeah, Shane got a couple. One where he pipped Rory at Wentworth at the BMW PGA.
I'm sure he will remind him heavily about that.
Yeah, in the practice range most recently. In the practice round most recently. In the build-up to this DP World Tour Championship. Yeah, I mean, there's not many boxes that Rory McIlroy hasn't ticked. He could tick a couple of them today, though.
Well, he talked about it himself yesterday in his interview after the round, that, you know, there isn't many things you haven't ticked when you have his game, but it's quite nice for him to have things that come up all of a sudden. He goes, oh, I can tick a box here that I haven't done. And
well, there's 3 today, isn't it? The first win of the season, the first Rolex Series, and the first time that he could win both the rankings in America and Europe in the same season.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to have in front of you, that's for sure. That's early for a banana. Ready?
Yeah, it's just gone 9:15 local time. Would the players definitely have eaten breakfast before they come out? You got Eddie Pepperell there's had an early round banana.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you go back 20 years, maybe a few people skip breakfast when they were teeing off early. I don't think in today's game, they're so professional, they're so into doing things right. I don't think that's a thing today, unless you didn't hear your alarm clock.
But with the heat that's out there, I've heard a few players saying that they don't really eat when they're out on the golf course. They've got the electrolytes, they need to take plenty of liquids, but eating you don't really feel like doing when you're playing around here.
No, when it's hot you sometimes don't really want to eat too much, but I think it's important that you do and do.
I was going to say something there, but let's skip that. Let's see what's left for Eddie Pepperell with his second to this third.
He's a long way back, Eddie. 208 for this spin. Something shorter would have been nice. Now, there's a bit of local knowledge involved here. To get this close, you want to bring him from the right. I mean, you can hit a high cut in there, but it's a pretty difficult shot. Probably a 6-iron for Eddie. That will stay left. He'll be on the green, but he'll be left.
Yeah, so often that's that seconded strokes gained approaching the green. It's always been the strong part of his game, although it was, and another facet that sort of let him down in the 12 months prior to this summer, but when he finished second at the Hero Open, it was some stellar iron play, and there he felt, yeah, things are feeling good again.
Yeah, to explain a little bit deeper what I meant by local knowledge here, when you look at the pin sheet, that pin 6 off the right, but if you bounce this a bit shorter, I mean, you have to pitch this shorter from the hole on the right, it plays about 8 or 9, so there is a bit of space to bring the ball from the right, but where you land the ball is extremely important if you use that right part. Also knowing that if you miss this right, you leave yourself a very saucy up and down.
Yeah, good shot. Straight down the flag, just rolls down a little bit to the left, but that's an uphill putt. Right to left, just what you want.
On the putting green now with Viktor Perez. Do you know what that contraption he's got there is doing? Is it measuring the greens?
Well, it's measuring the degrees of break on the putt, and that then relates to his, what do you call it, the way they read greens with the fingers and stuff today. You're not allowed to do that on the golf course anymore in practice or in any way. You're not allowed to measure the greens with these devices, but you are allowed to use it on the putting green as a practice device.
Yeah, aim point. But yeah, did you hear Matt Fitzpatrick talking about this virtual reality thing that he's going to be getting?
No.
So he's going to stick on one of those virtual reality things, and it reads the greens, gives you exactly the line and the contours that you should be. Obviously, you can't use it during an event week, but he thinks it might help his green reading moving forward.
Well, if he becomes any better at putting, we're all in trouble.
I was going to say, he reads them pretty well already, doesn't he?
He's pretty remarkable, I think.
But you wouldn't believe that that's, you know, we'd be sitting here talking about something like that 10 years ago, you know?
Oh no, you get down behind the ball and you read it, and it's approximately there, and then you'll go. And there's so many things coming out now to improve the games, but it just shows that, you know, everybody is now going down to very small things to try and get a little bit of an advantage, and you almost feel like golf is turning into the same sports as Formula One, and you know, where it is very small margins that makes a difference, where that kind of, oh well, he's just got more ability kind of way is maybe disappearing a little bit. They're getting a lot closer together at the top of the game.
Yeah, we're talking about details on what we can use to improve our putting and all that kind of stuff, but the luxury I have working this week is to actually touch the green and feel exactly where the grain is, so I can provide you with the best read possible and not make myself look like a clown out here. Eddie's putt's going to be really slow, coming from the left, grain into off the right, about 2 o'clock to be precise. So it's maybe going to kill the left to right a little bit. I think there's enough left to right on this to still see a bit of movement, but it'll be slow.
Well, that's great pace. He took everything into consideration.
But yeah, another good read from Nico Colsaerts as well.
Do we actually keep a scoreboard as how many great reads I've done this week? I'd like to see that.
No, you wouldn't get your head back through the door of the commentary box if we did that.
Now, Thomas called this a little bit earlier. It looks pretty straight, but there is right to left in there. Up the hill. You can put this pretty confidently. Maybe right lip, maybe just a tad more.
For me, this is always about picking a spot 3-4 feet down the line. That's where I want to go. Just solid stroke straight over it, and then hope you read it correctly. Just dives off to the left.
Just looking at that stat that showed that both players had holed over 100 feet worth of putts in yesterday's third round. Normally that's a very good figure, but the greens here are massive.
Massive and very, very good. You know, the ball rolls unbelievable on this green. So when you have greens like this, your total footage hole is going to go up a little bit when the greens are this good. But still over 100 feet. You can take that any week of the year.
Well, match number 11 is next to go off 9:30, so 5 minutes from now. So Viktor Perez and Viktor Hovland will be making their way to the first tee very shortly. I wonder which number coffee that is for Mr. Pelly out on the putting green as well.
Yeah, this is a nice week for everyone, and Keith, you know, is there talking to all the players and thanking them for their contributions during the season, and I'm sure some of them will be thanking him for the work and effort he puts in. It's a big week for the tour, this, you know, with our partner DP World, obviously. That relationship finishing its first year, and as we go forward, so everybody's here, everybody's chatting to each other, and how can we make the tour better going forward?
How did you find this hole?
Well, this is one of those that just hope I make 3 somehow and then get on with it. You know, it's such a long, tough par 3. I think at the first day it was played like 250 yards, and you know, in today's game, you know, it's still irons for a lot of guys. It's, you know, early in the morning, it can be a hybrid, it can be a wood. He is going with an iron. Nico?
Yeah, I think you will find actually 2 types of players here. You're the ones that can send it high and soft, who would like the challenge, like Eddie's just done. I mean, this is just as good as a result as you can do on 4, because that's the tough pin. If you're anyone that squeezes the ball and hits it low, you wouldn't like this pin position on the left at all, because you might hit a good shot, pitch it pin high, and you're running the bunker at the back. And if you pitch this just short of the hole, there's a bit of a downslope, so you've got no option to send this high. It's 227 today, so it'd be at least a 5 iron for everyone this morning. Most likely a 4 for these 2.
Yeah, and that's an interesting conversation. You know, long hitters, and Nico would obviously, for himself, that is a very long hitter, come up there and see the, oh, but this is a 5 iron for me, he can send it high. These 2 might be hitting 4 irons, bit in the middle, and then you've got shorter hitters when it becomes a 3 iron. And all of a sudden, getting a 3 iron, getting the elevation, and to land on that little piece of green there, it becomes extremely difficult. And that's where, when we talk about what this golf course, when you asked me before about Jon Rahm, what is it that makes this golf course, why is he so successful? Well, he hits a 5 iron or a 6 iron there this afternoon, and then it does become a lot easier. This golf course provides opportunities for longer hitters. That's not there for the shorter hitters, but that evens out over the year. That's not a complaint for shorter hitters, it's just the way it is, and it doesn't mean that you can't shoot a good score as a short hitter, but you've got to approach the golf course very differently when you're not a long hitter than the long hitters can do.
Well, Jay Townsend's going to be with us here following this 2 ball, Viktor Perez, Viktor Hovland.
And it should be a good watch, the Victors. Always an important first tee shot, no matter what golf course you're playing on. You want to hit a good one, you want to hit it solid, give yourself a little confidence, feel like you're in a little bit of a rhythm. Viktor Hovland barely give himself any time on the putting green just to the right of the first hole, where Viktor Perez has a much different routine. He warms up earlier and then comes over and putts. Every player's different. Not much breeze at all at the moment. What there is might be just hurting them a little bit from the left. That bunker in the middle of the fairway is 200 and, well, let's say 327.
On the tee from France, Viktor Perez.
Alistair Scott, the starter, down on the first tee. And he's just mentioned the name of the 30-year-old Frenchman, Viktor Perez. A winner this season on the DP World Tour in the Netherlands.
Chuck that a little bit down the left. I'm not sure if it reaches the bunker.
On the tee, the Rolex Series winner at the Dubai Desert Classic in January, from Norway, Viktor Hovland.
Well, part of the Ryder Cup team last year. That win at the start of the year really got things going nicely in 2022 in Dubai. This thing, Dubai Desert Classic.
Hugely popular amongst his fellow professionals, Viktor Hovland. It's a great addition to the European Ryder Cup team. Slid straight into the team and the team atmosphere. Well, Ferguson came up short in the bunker here on 4. Should be pretty straightforward, just popping it out and rolling it down to the hole. And that's kind of in between. He won't be completely pleased with that. Still work to do.
Yeah, so work for Ferguson for par, but well, could be a rare opportunity to see a birdie at this hole for Pepperell.
You get to this 4th hole, you always think this is a difficult shot. You hit a good one, you get it this close, and all you're thinking now is 2. Making a birdie where a couple of minutes ago you'd be happy with a standard 3. And when you make birdie on a hole like this, you feel like you're picking up at least a shot and a half on the field. Because this will have a pretty high average score by the end of the day. A little bit of left to right in this for Eddie. Maybe a ball and a half left. He was quite happy with his shot. He smiled at me and said he had to let his inner cold starts come out to hit it this close.
Well, I bet you laugh back at him. He doesn't have those, Nico. Those that come down with snow on them.
Oh man, right in the jaws. That would have been the first 2 at 4 today.
Could have done a bit better with his bunker shot, Ferguson, because he was sitting in the upslope, you know, on the flat. And the flat part of the bunker short there, I mean, you need to hit a 9.5 out of 10 bunker shot to get it within 6, 7, 8 feet. But he was sitting in the upslope, he's rather easy. Maybe just a little bit too much sand in front of the ball to get the nice little high and check bunker shot. But This should be right to left early and then a little bit of left to right at the end.
Oh, that wasn't much of a stroke, that, to be honest, and he's struggled a little bit on the first few holes. He's not hitting it close enough, and now he's 1 over par.
There are the tee shots down at 1.
Yes, 100%. A little bit of hurt out of your left.
Richard, are you going to let me get away with this Viktor shot?
Go on then.
Or do I have to go with Viktor Perez?
Well, they are easily distinguishable by their looks,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Yes,
for the
they
casual viewer, maybe we might need to give their surnames as well.
We'll go with the Frenchman, Viktor Perez, 179, a great angle in here. Ball slightly below his feet. The problem is you can only see the top half of the flagstick, which sometimes can be disconcerting, not so much here, but the difficulty is the downslope coming off the back of that front bunker. It doesn't get flat until you get all the way to the green. So you definitely have to fly it all the way to the green, and there's only about 4 yards to work with. This is a tough shot. Look for this to be maybe 15, 20 feet long left. That's a safe play, especially on the first hole.
Right at it. I think, Jay, if you want to go first names only, I think for our Frenchman it's going to have to be Viktor. And I know you'd probably be better than me, Thomas, in doing the in the Norwegian.
Well, that becomes very close to the English one.
I'm not going to humor Thomas Bjorn by doing the accents. Hovland from the right side of the fairway. Really flushed his irons warming up.
Yeah, leaning a bit on this one. Right of the green. Not too difficult coming straight up the hill. Into the green.
How's that? Yeah, I mean, I followed both.
So from the first to the 5th in our top feature group.
Yeah, we've mentioned this before. The first three rounds of this week, just playing for position. Not really challenging this bunker in the middle of the fairway, so probably a 3-wood. Which is a club that Eddie plays a lot. And that's perfect. This gas is going to be in a little bit of an upslope on the fairway right in front of this bunker we were just talking about.
Any breeze to talk about at all?
Absolutely zero. This is perfect. It's a bit humid and it's a bit warm, so the ball will fly, which is not always the case when you play this early. But yeah, you get here in the morning, there's no wind, the greens are perfect. If you play good, there is a 65 in there.
Not quite with it yet. You and Ferguson, yeah. 65 possibly out there. George Smith amongst the early starters has picked up 4 shots today, 4 under through 7 holes. Eddie Pepperell 1 under for his round so far.
We'll let them walk up to the green or up to their second shots. And then where are we going to head? We'll head back to the first and watch Viktor Hovland chip it up here. How is this one lying, Jay? Are you out there with them?
It's a perfect lie, and you could have made a case for taking a drop away from the sprinkler heads in front of him. He's electing to chip, landing it on a down the green patch, but then once he approaches the hole, it's straight into the green. Yeah, that wasn't a good effort there. That was a pretty easy chip.
He said prior to this week that he was not quite 100% with where he wanted his ball striking to be, but he'd been working really hard on his chipping and putting his short game and found it made some great strides, but wasn't the case there at this opening hole.
Well, the putter is always the great equalizer. Makes up for a lot of mistakes, and it's a fairly straightforward putt that Hovland's going to have. Good opportunity for Perez. Coming off the fringe, where the fringe is just beautiful. Downhill the first half, and it's wanting to come from the right as it loses pace and approaches the hole. Definitely one you're looking to make. Not having to deal with a lot of the big slopes and grain changes, although he does have a grain change here, but it's not anything of huge significance. We've talked all week about hitting it close enough to the hole where you don't have to deal with a lot of big grain changes and slopes. Big greens here, but they play small.
Just thought that was, you only had to touch it. Just held up a little bit in the fringe there and didn't get it rolling. It's a par.
Hovland, you know, kind of fluffed that chip shot a little bit. And I think he tried to slide the club underneath it when it was a little bit more of a pinch type shot was called for. This is just inside the right edge. It's one of those putts, even as pure as the greens are, when you're going into this much grain, you really have to hit it solid. Get it to hold the line. This right center putt, you don't want to give the hole away.
That's a poor 5 on the first from Viktor Hovland, and his chipping lets him down sometimes in his golf. It really isn't a strength of his, and I'd look at that and I just think it's, as Jay said there, it's more of a pinch of a kind of shot. Yeah, it's back into the right foot and it's kind of a little bit steep on it. Make sure you get the ball first. I just think sometimes he doesn't see the shot more than anything. I don't think it's only his ability to hit the shots, it's actually that he doesn't see what kind of shot he needs to hit. Nico,
Ferguson,
there? Sorry.
Yeah, 1-4-3, Ferguson. He might be in the rough on the left-hand side, but that leaves a great angle. You know, now the only thing you need to do is make your calculations right of how this ball is going to come out of this. How far short do I have to pitch this to allow the release? So there's a bit of calculation there. Or there is a bit of calculation to do to hit this close. One thing about these pin positions in pockets like this, and it's a clever design because you can go straight at it, but there's always a slope to use. And here you're going to see a lot of safe shots using that slope to the left-hand side of the pin. And that's actually very well thought of. That's as far as he could have pitched that to actually hold the back edge. Now, Caddie's a whole lot different. He's in the fairway, he's in the upslope. He's going to pitch this right by the hole and then get it to spin. Nothing but a gap wedge from Eddie.
Well, yeah, the difference of being in the fairway, 2 excellently played shots.
Perez off the second tee. Picked up the tee quickly. That's going all right down the fairway. Right-hand side.
Surprisingly, for a golf course that really demands good driving, when Hovland was warming up, he only hit a couple of drivers, and that was right at the very end. It was almost like a rush before he got the buggy over to the first tee. Imperative to hit the fairway if you're going to reach this par 5 green in 2.
Picks up the tee quickly. We know what it means.
Yeah, so Jay saying didn't hit that many drivers off the tee. It was a bit of hurry. So either he got here a little bit later than he wanted, or he's just very confident about how he hits that club, and it was a very confident hit down the second after a drop shot at the first. 2 hours and 15 minutes before Jon Rahm and Matt Fitzpatrick head out for the final round of the final event of the season, the DP World Tour Championship. And you look at the leaderboard, how it's stacked. Look at the players there from 10 under par. Fleetwood winner last week, Maronk, the first pole to win on the DP World Tour. Tyrrell Hatton, four-time Rolex Series winner. Rory McIlroy, well, he needs no introduction. Alex Noren, he was fourth only a week ago in Houston on the PGA Tour, arrives here full of confidence. And Rahm and Fitzpatrick, well, the last two winners of the US Open. So there is some real pedigree at the top of that leaderboard heading into the final round.
It's a very good birdie look for Ferguson. He's just coming off the back edge. It's downhill, but the grain is into him. So it's just a matter of trying to marry the line and the pace. You tend to see a little bit of both here, a little bit of right to left early and maybe holding up at the end. Shouldn't move much. Him and his caddy had a good look at this. Be a nice way to bounce back from the bogey on 4.
Beautiful, beautiful roll. Just bounced a little bit from the fringe there, but it got on the right line and just rolled out nicely. Bounce back birdie. That's what you do when you're playing well.
Now we could see Eddie's caddy Jamie lying down on the green. Not sure he needed to. For the ones that know Jamie, they know what I'm talking about. A little bit off the left for Eddie.
Naughty.
Probably a ball or so. It's going to be a little quick, so maybe you'll tend to give it just a little more and die you in.
Oh, just sneaks in through the right lip. A little bit naughty there from Nicholas Colsaerts, but I will say this, that Jamie's caddy bib sometimes looks like a dress on him. He's not the tallest man in the world.
It's been a nice start, hasn't it, from Eddie Pepperell? Could have been more than the two birdies he's bagged so far. Now let's pop back to the second.
A little bit of a downhill line here for Hovland from 269. 261 to the front edge. You want to warm it in between those two bunkers, right in line with the hole.
He needs to hit this one, Jay, to get there. Oh, easy. But they're easy. Excellent shot. Tricky putt coming up, but it's on the green.
.264 Perez. He's just barely crept in the first cut of rough, but this is an ideal lie. It's almost like it's on a tee. You can really launch it at 260. Not a problem at all for Perez to reach. Ball slightly below his feet. That's the only difficult thing here for this second shot. Plays about 5 yards downhill.
Another super shot there. I'll say this morning you won't see many groups where both players hit the second in two. This afternoon it might be a little bit different.
Par 3 6 next up for Eddie Pepperell, who seems very much in the groove for this Sunday in Dubai. Just looking at my scoreboard here, and there seem to be a few more birdies out there this morning than we've seen in other mornings. Is that just because conditions are so ideal, Nico?
Yeah, well, it'll have to be one of the reasons why these guys are making a few more this morning. We've seen 3 left pins on this 6-hole the whole week. Referees trying to test our players' skills on this 6. That should just stay there. That's quite nice, actually, leaving it in between the flagstick and the front.
Yeah,
that is guarded by the water.
He'd been a bit worried about that one when it was in the air. I don't think he got all of it.
This is probably the toughest of the left pins on this 6. The other ones are far, well, the ones we've seen are far up enough in the green. You have to worry too much about the front part. The only thing you had to do was worry about left. It's playing 169 today, so it's nothing but a 9-iron. Every time you stand somewhere with a 9-iron, you want to screw it in.
It really is a nice move, the way he swings a golf club, Ewan Ferguson. Good shot as well, good distance control.
There's a little strut in the walk, isn't there, Ewan Ferguson? You know, the I belong here walk. I like to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And he certainly does belong here, you know, there's no doubt that he does. He's had a great year, he has great ability, great talent, but he also applies himself to it. Everything about him is right for him to be in these events, and he should really kick on from here and use it as a springboard to do bigger and better things going forward.
So both on the green in 2 at 2. Hovland, I think, will be putting first.
It does look like Viktor from Norway is going to putt before Viktor from France. It's a pretty straightforward putt, even though it's a long one. All the same grain color. The first 2/3 of this putt is just very gently uphill, and I mean very gently. The last third, it goes over just a little bit of a slope and wants to slide left to right. And past the hole, the grain is coming at him, which is a change because most of this putt's down grain. So you don't really have to worry about this one getting away from you past the hole.
Not quite the pace. 5 feet left going up the hill there. I'm sitting with a few of them at dinner the other night, and they were all giving a bit of a hard time. The guy from Norway that now lives in Oklahoma. It's not your typical golf story, is it? It's kind of like here comes. I mean, he is also really the only world star out of Norway on the men's side. Obviously, on the women's side, they'd had Susanne Pedersen in the past, and now the Solheim Cup captain. But it's a country that, you know, they take to their sports stars very well, and all of a sudden in golf they got Viktor Hovland, and in tennis they got Casper Ruud, and so they're just getting out of their normal sports. You know, there's always skiing and, you know, winter sports very much, and other different niche sports. But now they're kind of finding a few superstars in the big sports, which is quite interesting for the country to have these players that. But you can't live in Norway and play golf. That's difficult in the winter.
Yeah.
A little bit of a double breaker here for Perez, coming from the right at the end. What do you mean big sport? Skiing is a big sport if you live in Norway.
Well, I didn't quite mean it that way.
In a global context, Jay. I mean, you didn't even know who Erling Haaland was when I mentioned him to you the other day.
And you know what? I still don't, to be honest with you.
If you saw him, you would know all about him, believe me. You wouldn't be able to miss him. Anyway, this was a moment or two ago. At the 6th, Eddie Pepperell looking for another birdie.
Ooh, that looked good. A few mumbles, can't believe it. Now, so this one's left for Viktor Hovland for birdie on 2. And that's a bit the way the week's been for him. Not really taking advantage of the good stuff as well either. It's just one of those weeks for Viktor Hovland.
This will be quick, and it's going to move a fair bit from the left when it dies. I can only assume that he's missed this right, because that was an easy thing on this putt.
Yeah, he did miss it right. Yeah, 5-5 start for Viktor Hovland. But hopefully a 4-4 start for Victor Perez.
Yeah, this is not easy. There's a lot of colour change around the hole here. So that means that the grain will play in. Then you really have to stand up and trust your line and also be confident in your stroke. As soon as you lose a little bit of pace of the stroke, it's easy for the ball just to weigh off with this kind of grain. But that's a beautiful pop from Victor Perez, and that is a 4-4 start.
Well, that's what's one of the prizes on offer today, winning the DP World Tour Championship. Jon Rahm, who is a combined 66 under par for 3 tournaments and 3 rounds around the Earth course at Jumeirah Golf Estates. I think something like average 67 point something.
Jay will have heard about him.
He'll know Jon Rahm, I think, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable. But he is, you know, sometimes in golf you just walk down the range and you see some young kid on the range, and I hadn't, a few years back, hadn't seen Jon Rahm at all, and then I walked down the range and I saw him hit balls for the first time, and you just stop and watch and listen to the sound more than anything. The way he strikes a golf ball is remarkable. He's here, he's climbing towards the top of the world, and he's here to be up there for many years to come.
And this is the par 5 7th, where Eddie Pepperell and Ewan Ferguson are about to head next.
Yeah, this is a good par 5, this. You really got to get your tee shot away, and if you do, then that elevated green up there takes a lot, asks a lot of your second shot to get it up there, and especially for these guys that might be going in with woods. That hangs onto the fairway.
Now this will be interesting to see what is the difference in length between those two guys, because Ferguson of course uses a driver like most of us. Eddie has that mini driver that we talked about earlier. Sacrifice distance for accuracy. Gives it good work, Ferguson. I assume this can be 15, 20 further Pepperell if he hits this correctly.
Straight down the middle.
Yeah, the no-look drive, that one. It hits it, turns away. And it's great to see someone who performed so well on the Challenge Tour last year, you know, 6th on the rankings there, then to make, I know he had a little bit of DP World Tour experience already, but to take that step and come out and perform like this year on a bigger level.
Yeah, definitely, and it gives hope to the guys that come through the challenge, so they see these guys that they played with and they just kind of bounce on very quickly onto the main tour, and it kind of gives them the belief that that's the way to go. As we watch Victor Perez off the third with a 3-wood.
Because that's the route initially you came through, wasn't it? You were Challenge Tour #1 and came on to the DP World Tour.
It's a long time ago.
No, but it happened.
It did happen. I can't remember though. It's black and white.
Fortunately, we don't have the TV footage. No. I had hair. And mine wasn't so grey.
About to say there might be a little bit of anger in this one after the first 2 holes. Finding the rough, but we can see it. It's a good start, but it's still difficult to control the ball out. No matter how it's sitting in the rough, it's difficult to control it in this kind of Bermuda rough.
You mentioned, I know you played in Denmark, as you say, with Robert McIntyre and you and Ferguson. Eddie Pepperell seems an interesting person to spend 18 holes with. I mean, you got this kind of time to waste in between shots on a beautiful sunny morning in Dubai. You think there'd be some interesting conversations to be had?
Well, it's always an interesting conversation to be had with Eddie Pepperell. He's certainly got an opinion on most things. It's a well thought out opinion. You know, he's an intelligent bloke, and sometimes I actually think for him might get a little bit in the way of his golf, that it's just everything is thought through so much, and you can see that, you know, his golf, the way he works with it on his golf swing and everything in the game, it tends to get a little bit complicated at times. It tends to be, you know, very technical, very, just put a little bit too much focus on the technical part instead of just playing the game.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The mind can sometimes get too cluttered. Let's have a look and see how they've started. And Eddie's started fabulously, really. Didn't make the birdie at 1 when he had the chance, but did get it at 2, the par 5.
Another chance here. I can't believe he left it short, right in the middle of the hole on the 4th.
Yeah, then on to 5. Just a wedge in hand.
Beautiful control up the hill, and he would roll that in for birdie.
Yeah, and he missed a good chance at 6 as well. Ewan Ferguson, nice bounce back after the drop shot at 4 from him. So he's, as he was overnight, 2 over par. Pepperell's moved from 2 over to level par, and here's where their tee shots have finished at the par 5 7th.
Eddie's found the right rough. The ball sits a little bit below his feet, and it's lying okay, but I assume that when he's going to put the club down, he's going to look like, oh wow, this looks even further down below my feet. So he's going to, you know, try to use the lie to his advantage and try to bring this off the left and find the front edge, because he can, and you can definitely get a 3-wood out of this, or something similar.
For the layup here, Nico.
Disappointing. I was hoping for maybe a little bit of entertainment here, but it's also decent play concerning where the flag sits right behind the bunker that you guys are about to see in a minute.
He started at 45th on the rankings. You saw from that graphic 2018, the year he won twice, finished top 10 in the Open, finished in 14th position.
Hovland on 3. Out of the rough. It's all about controlling your flight, reading the line. He's done well there. Might have tucked it a little bit. Rough might have turned the face over a little bit, and so it's going left. But good shot out of the rough.
Well, there's 2 shots to play here. Either you take the longer club in your bag and you try to shape this high left to right. So I assume if this is a 3, but he's going to try to send this high, maybe give it like 10 or 15 a cut and try to get a little bit distance off. It's the only way to get close today. It's high and left to right. Let's get a bit of heat on it, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that just bounces through, and I'm telling you, from where we are, that looks horrid. It does not look like that's going to be an easy shot. Have a bit of green to work with, but not easy.
No, you don't see too many good lies from just off the green, unfortunately. But that's the test here. The greens are big. Perez has missed the green, so work to do here.
He's got a really good line, a constant slope in grain once he reaches the green. This is a pretty straightforward shot. Pitch it about 8-10 feet on, just let it run out. He missed his pitch point a bit there. So you 2 sports fans, I have a question for you. You've got famous Norwegian sportsmen. Who would be more famous and more popular? Someone like, let me think here. Axel Lund Svindal, Alexander Almont Kilde, or the soccer player?
Erling Haaland is his name.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't he play for Dortmund?
Yes, he did. Very
See,
good.
I do know a little bit about it.
So when you say who's more famous, I mean, how are we gauging this? I mean, is it followers on social media? Is it in terms of trophies on the mantelpiece? Talk us through this putt first for Viktor Hovland before you
I'll let you think
question.
about it. Walking down the street, this would have a nice, gentle swing from the right all the way. Very makeable. It was a wonderful approach shot out of the right rough to get to this position as well.
Not quite happening yet. Plenty of time though for Viktor Hovland. It depends which street as well, doesn't it? I mean,
High Street.
Globally, then I'd say it's got to be.
No, in Norway.
Oh, in Norway. Well, that's a different story. That's a different story. It's going to be one of the former 2. I can't remember the names now.
Well, let's just have a look at Eddie Pepperell here on 7 after the layup. Nice impressed with the way he's playing today, Eddie Pepperell. He's giving himself a chance on every hole. Lovely shot in there.
Did you know who he was talking about, the other 2?
I actually do.
So go on.
I actually do. So I would say if you go down the street in Norway, Axel Lund Svindal would be, he's a national hero skiing, hugely popular. But, you know, when you got somebody like Erling Haaland, you know, he's still young. In 5-10 years time, you know, he might be one of the best footballers that's ever played. And then, you know, any country in the world takes to football, soccer as Jay would call it. He's hugely popular.
I know it's football. I said soccer just to tweak you guys a little bit. This is outside right edge. Good opportunity to save par. I know you guys cringe when I say soccer.
Good save. Nice up and down on the end for Perez. And yeah, apologies for all the football chat there, but there is a big event happening just down the road from here, really, in Qatar. In a few hours' time, it gets underway, and there's a big motor racing Grand Prix in the area as well. So a lot of sporting activity in the Middle East right now.
You guys were mentioning what sort of lie we're going to get for Ferguson. Listen, you can't see much of the ball. Like, it sits down, but he's got a lot of green to work with. So I'm going to leave this one to Thomas, because Thomas is an expert at those chunk and runs using the green. sort of pitch shots.
Yeah, for me, this, the ball's sitting down a little bit. I think you just kind of decide what club you're going to use. For me, I would probably use a 55 degree here, maybe a lob wedge. Just kind of keep a square face and throw the club. It's like almost you just kind of stab onto the ball, not much follow through, and just release the ball down the green. And he's done well here. He's done well here. Well played.
Yeah, a touch of class there from Ewan Ferguson.
One thing that Eddie and Thomas have in common is that they both travel with their own pillows. I don't know if you still do, Thomas, but I remember back in the day you always carried that pillow around.
30 years, Nico.
Not the same pillow, though.
No, not the same pillow, no. 30 years I travelled with my own pillow. It actually goes back to that I had so many neck problems early in my career, and still do at times, but it has helped me. I tend to find sometimes when I was in hotels I got a pillow that didn't suit my neck, and I'll wake up with real big problems the next day and I couldn't play. So I decided to. That's the first thing that goes in the suitcase, and then we fit the clothes in around it.
Well, this is impressive, isn't it, Eddie Pepperell? 3 birdies. I mean, could have been 4 or 5 easily. You can't hold them all, I know. There's some players that travel, I mean, it's easier when you're in the United States, but with their own mattresses as well.
Yeah, that's difficult to get in a suitcase.
Yes. Not so easier to do on the DP World Tour, admittedly.
One of the things I envy the most on the PGA Tour is those guys that travel in those big RV buses.
Yeah.
And kind of just hang their clothes in there and they just fly home, and somebody drives the bus to the next event, and there it is. You've got your own bed, you've got everything with you, and you don't really have to. I always think when I go through the airports with that golf bag on tour, I think, oh, I wish I played table tennis.
Especially when it doesn't emerge from the belt at the other end.
It's remarkable that people at check-in always look at you like, why have you brought that onto an aeroplane? They must see plenty of golf clubs, though. That's an excellent putt there, and it's a good up and down. And after a shaky start, now getting under par for the round, Ewan Ferguson. Fourth tee, Victor Perez. Tough shot this today. And that's an unfortunate bounce. It's on the green, but as they say, it's on the dance floor, but a long way away from the music.
The green left, now up to 8.
Bit of a switch of wind on 8. Guys played this into off the left the first 3 rounds. It's a little bit off the right today.
No.
Meaning the second shot would be downwind. And we mentioned the start of Eddie. Missed a short one on the first, missed a very makeable one on 4. What a display so far.
Yes.
Makes this tee shot a little bit easier, the wind we have now.
Left side to the right bunker? Yes.
Always a nice tee shot to pull off 8, because it is a bit intimidating. And you know that if you hit a good tee shot here, you're gonna have quite a, you change this 8th hole into a little bit easier one.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable when they play here early in the morning. They're playing for position. And come this afternoon, you'd see, you know, McIlroy and Rahm trying to carry that left-hand bunker and hit it all the way down there and only hit it in lob wedge in. So the golf course is played very different in the morning than it does when it heats up even more, and you can fly extreme distances through the air.
Not a lot of options over here from down the bank for Hovland. A little bit of mud on the ball won't affect the impact, especially with the putter here. Super tight lie, and it's a flat lie. Had no chance of going the high route, so he's going to have to roll this one up there. Anything inside 12 feet's an excellent play. The green is actually above his head height. Oh, that's amazing. That is better than amazing.
Fantastic from Viktor Hovland. I think you give him another 10 balls, he's not going to get much closer than this.
No, that's really exquisite. He is very good to putting it off the green. Giving him a lob wedge, being a bit more worried. And this is completely a different thing. Jay?
It's not as tough, but it's not an easy one. Right at the midpoint of this putt, it goes up over a spine, so it's going just gently left to right. Probably not going to break much because the ball's going to be rolling so quickly the first half. But once it gets over the top, it's downhill left to right. You need to play about 4.5 or 5 feet of break, and the second half of this putt is so quick.
Oh, that looks so good. Excellent putt, really was.
I mean, the two of them there. Two tremendous efforts.
Just a little bit of work to do for Victor Perez, but it is up the hill. And he's seen the break as well. He'll be watching there after the hole. He'll be watching what does it do. Oh, it goes a little bit to his left from over there. So when he comes down here, he'll be fraction left to right putt. These players are good at watching what golf balls do on the green. So when they have the putt coming back, they'll have a good indication of what to do.
It's the part of his game, the short game. We mentioned it with Viktor Hovland. The other Victor Perez, he feels it's the department of his game that maybe has stopped him from being as consistent as he would like. So that's something he's been working on very hard with Pete Cowan, his coach.
Well, there's no doubt that these two are both fantastic players and have great hitting ability, but they're both kind of early in their careers been well known to have certain parts around the green where they struggle. Victor Perez was not known as the best bunker player in the world, that's for sure, and Viktor Hovland has been kind of had the, when he's not the best chipper and pitcher of the ball. But these are things in the game that you can learn. You can, being great at something in the game is difficult to teach someone, but you can always teach somebody to be good.
Yeah, really good three that from Victor Perez. Should be the same equation for Viktor Hovland.
192 for Ferguson. Probably a 7-iron or so, I'd say. It calls for a nice little high draw to try to find this back left flag. There's plenty of two. And take aim out at the back. Nice TV tower with a couple of draw. It's left out right just a little bit short. It's always nice when you sit on the fairway and the shot calls itself and you have things to look at the back. You started in this guy or you started at the TV tower and you know exactly what needs to be done. It's like creating that picture in your head and then just deliver.
Yeah. I thought once.
It's really high from Eddie. Is it going to get there? What a display of striking from Eddie so far.
And he has as we mentioned earlier, with Matt Fitzpatrick, you wouldn't think necessarily it's a course that would suit him. With Eddie Pepper, we're thinking the same. And every day this week he's getting better, and what we've seen from him so far just shows you what can be done.
Absolutely, and when you're not the longest hitter in the field, well, then you've got to make sure you always get yourself in position off the tee, and then there's certain holes out there. Don't take on too many flags, and that's the difference between length off the tee. You just got to be a little bit smarter. Caddies come into the game here as well. You know, understanding your player and what he's capable on a golf course, and then make a plan for the way you play that golf course.
Yeah, some fabulous golf so far from Eddie Pepper. Another really good look at birdie coming up. I think that's been the case every single hole so far for the Englishman.
This is just all about laying up. There's just a hint of breeze, a very low portion of the golf course here at the 5th tee. And of course it's a big uphill second shot. About 295 to reach the bunker in the middle of the fairway. Shouldn't be much of an issue because you're landing it into an upslope. But the wind, since I started speaking, the wind has kicked up and is behind the players here at the 5th tee. Hovland ready to go. Standing here next to a Norwegian that came down to watch Viktor play. He has amazing support no matter where he plays in the world. Such a popular young man.
He has that sunny disposition about him, doesn't he, Viktor Hovland? Just give us a little insight on what he is really like, because he just looks like a nice guy to be with.
Well, he is a nice guy to be with, but he kind of have that persona that when you see him on TV, it almost looks like he's smiling all the time, and he's very serious with his golf, and he goes into very much details about everything that he does. He's a true professional. He wants to take himself to the top of the game, and he drives himself extremely hard, works on his game hard, and understands what he needs to improve. And he's a lovely guy to watch because of the way he kind of presents himself. He's a lovely guy to be around, but there's a side to him when he gets into a serious conversation about his golf and where he wants to go, that you see that there's the true professional, there's a guy that really wants to achieve. So he has all those things that makes for, he'll be an extremely popular player to watch, and popular amongst fans and popular when you watch on TV because of the way he looks and presents himself. But he is still a very hard-driven young man.
Yeah.
Ferguson away, long way short for his second shot. This is just pace, a little bit of right to left early and maybe holding up at the end.
just a few shakes of the head here for Ewan Ferguson. Not quite getting it together. He's still 1 under par for the round. Up 2.5, 3 feet left there for his par.
Well, this is the 6th DP World Tour Championship for Eddie Pepperell. He's never finished better than 36th, which came on his debut in 2014. Right now, thanks to his lovely start, he's moved up to 30th on the leaderboard. He can climb a little higher with this one.
A little bit of left to right for Eddie. This is as good as a birdie putt you're going to get on 8 today. At least a ball to the left. Disappointing 4 for Eddie, actually. Pulling a great shot from the fairway.
Yeah, he's 3 under for the day. Ryan Fox, who was the closest challenger to Rory McIlroy at the start of the week in terms of the DP World Tour rankings, he started birdie, so it'd be nice to see if Ryan can finish his excellent year on a high.
Just inside left here for Ewan Ferguson. On the left half, maybe. Need to be positive on this one. Keep the head down. Nice putt. Good 2-putt from where he was.
.151, ball slightly below his feet, uphill, shot placed 5 or 6 yards uphill. There had been a pretty good breeze behind, but it died.
Look at Viktor Perez, and it reminds me a little bit of Henrik Stenson. He stands very close to the ball, quite upright golf swing, and gets those short arms down under his shoulders on the way through. A tall man's golf swing.
118 for Hovland. He has a very flat lie and a super tight lie because it's just short of the bunker. You know, buggies, they would cut it just in front of the bunker. It's kind of matted down a little bit. He's a pincher with his full shots, though, so it won't be a problem. But look for this to come in a little low. If he brings it in low right at the flag, it's going to want to bounce a little right to left if he lands it short of the flag coming off a mound. I think that lie just got him a little bit there. It was not the best.
He straight away, didn't he, Viktor Hovland? Just not quite clicking yet for the Norwegian. As for Eddie Pepperell, though.
Well, this will be a long hole with what Eddie has in the bag. We all know he doesn't have that long driver.
Be a long hole from over there as well.
I have to apologise, I got caught up in a conversation with our friend Kevin Feeney, one of the chief referees. So Ferguson now. Historically always a pretty difficult par 4, this 9. With a pin back right today. We'll see a few 3s on this, but you won't see 20 of them, that's for sure.
Well, there hasn't been a birdie yet here for Ewan Ferguson. He's played this hole in a couple over par so far this week.
A little surprised by the choice of club here. I don't really see why he would hit 3-wood off this tee.
Now enlighten me, has he also hit 3-wood on 8? Because I would have thought he would have gone further down the fairway on 8.
No, I guess from there it should be all right. Yeah, get yourself out of that sand and onto the cart path. It's a much easier walk there.
Well, Jon Rahm, if you look at his record on the DP World Tour, in sort of the non-majors, 1 in 3 is his strike rate, 7 wins in 21 starts, looking to make it 8 in 22. That's not too bad, is it, Thomas?
No, that will make the bank manager happy, that's for sure, if you got that way of doing it. I mean, he is just, you know, we all talk about Rory McIlroy, and Rory is brilliant to watch, but Jon Rahm is something special as well.
Far from an easy putt here for Hovland. The last 2/3 downhill, right to left off of that mound. Oh, look at, he set it all the way on the fringe, trying to kill some of the speed.
Yeah, from where he was, I guess that was pretty good.
Again, don't think he could have done much better, really. Yeah, I don't think Jon Rahm's going to be counting win 8 of 22 just yet, though, with the 18 holes still to come here today, and the calibre of players that'll be looking to chase him down.
Very constant grain in this putt for Perez. It's hard to see much, and if you're trying to split hairs, if it's losing pace and dying at the hole, looks like it might want to fall a little bit right to left. I love down grain, downhill putts, because you just get it started on line and you have a great chance of it going in. These putting surfaces are just absolutely pure. Sometimes when you get a putt that you don't see much break, you start looking for something, Thomas, that's just not there, and you kind of outsmart yourself. That was a full wedge to this position. Safely left of the hole. You didn't want to miss it right. Look at just a little itty bitty practice stroke. You don't have to hit this very hard to get it to the hole.
It was a quick putt. Didn't really get it started on the right line.
So how are you enjoying your little outing in the sunshine this morning, Jay? We let you out for a few hours for good behaviour.
Good behavior? What's that? I'm trying to stay out of the sunshine. It's amazingly warm, and I think I've never seen it so humid here in Dubai as what it is this morning. A little bit of breeze would be very welcome. Hovland would have learned something from Perez's putt. Number one, it's quick, but it's going to break just a little right. I think he needs to keep it inside the hole. If you're just going to absolutely drop it in the front edge, put it right on the right edge.
Well, those two putts, the last 2 holes, I mean, outstanding from Viktor Hovland. The one from off the green at 4 and the one on the green there at 5. That's top class.
Yeah, shake of the head. He's making hard work of it, that's for sure.
Yeah, he doesn't want to leave himself another one of those the next hole, that's for sure.
I'm afraid there'll be nothing more but a layup for Eddie. Not only that lip in front of him is quite high, but he sits in a little bit of a downhill lie. And I'm afraid that stayed in the rough there, and a long way out too.
Yeah, that's a bad mistake. From Eddie Pepperell. He could undo some of his great work here in the 9th.
Now Ferguson from 212 plays about 7 up from there, so that adds it to 220. Want to bounce this 205, let's say. and then you take the wind into effect in that yardage. So that's what the shot plays. Even a little bit left of the hole there is going to bring that ball a little bit right towards the hole. So it might look like the flag's really tight on the right, but there's a way to use the left and get it close.
What a shot that is. What a goal shot that is from Ewan Ferguson on the 9th. We were questioning the club off the tee. He knew better.
Well, he's worked it out finally, that 9th hole. 4th time of asking. It's kind of a commentator's fallback, isn't it? You won't see much better than that today, but I think you won't see much better than that today. That hole number 9 there from the Scotsman. There's a little bit of cloud cover around at the moment. Seems like the sun's peeped behind for a moment.
Well, it's not the right time to have a little breeze in your face here. 169 at the 6th. Hole only cut 10 on. It's less than that actually from the fringe to the hole directly in line. There's not much green left of the hole either. There's about 6 or 7 yards of wind in their face. Plays 2 yards downhill, so let's do the math. We'll say it's going to play 175, and you don't want to float one. You want to flatten it out and drive it. Cannot come up short. Thomas, that was definitely a safety first shot.
Yeah, well, that's the one thing you have to get in your mind. Well, better be dry than under the water. 6 feet under, that's not a good place to be. So just make sure you aim it out to the right. There's some pin positions, just don't take them on and play away from them. And if you pull it onto the flag, well, that's a good thing.
With Hovland's strike in shot shape, I can see him getting a little aggressive here. He flattens it out. He's comfortable moving it right to left.
I'd say that's about the perfect shot. That's where they're aiming. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, we know that Ewan Ferguson is eyeing up a wonderful birdie opportunity. Eddie Pepperell stepping onto the green as well. What's he done here?
Well, it was always going to be very difficult to control the ball once it lands on the green. So he was always going to find this back edge, or it's gone into the second cut of the back. It's a bit fluffy behind the ball. It's not a very complicated one. It requires a little bit of finesse, but it's not unbelievably complicated. You just got to make sure you get the right strike.
So Eddie's here for 3. Ferguson where he is for 2.
This is all about the lie. If the lie is good, then it's really not very difficult. But if it's lying, there seems to be just a little bit of gas sitting behind the ball there.
You would like this one, Thomas. With your no wrist, body action, you just open up the club face a little bit and just go underneath it.
Played that nicely, got all of the club face behind the ball, and the club face stayed with the ball all the way through, so he was always going to get forward momentum. Nicely played. Should be a bogey for Eddie Pepperell.
I think that if I would have given you 10 of those chip shot, Thomas, you would have probably hold half of them the way I know you. Now Ferguson after an exceptional iron shot. Maybe just a right centre, just a little, but when you're that close. Not often you leave the hole away.
What a lovely way to end that front nine from Ewan Ferguson. And in 34. It was a slow start, but it's ended very nicely. Back to level par.
Has a great move onto the golf ball, Ewan Ferguson. And when you have that, you can send it straight up in the air and still maintain pressure on the ball to get the distance, and that is just beautiful.
Much to ponder there for Perez.
Hovland's ball was just left of Perez's line. Unfortunately, he didn't learn anything because Perez hammered it through the break. But this is a quick one. Wants to fall just a little right to left. You just need to feed it down the hill. This isn't one you really hit.
Oh, he's fed it straight into the middle of the hole. That's great pace there from Viktor Hovland. And finally something good happens.
Up and running. Birdie 2 at the par 3 6th from Viktor Hovland.
Well, it was a bit heavy-handed from Viktor Perez on the first one, so he's facing this up the hill for par. We'll take a good time about this. Just pick a spot halfway down the line. Quite aggressive with this one. It's up the hill into the grain. Well done. After the first putt, well done. Kept his concentration well.
Viktor Perez with a nice 3, stays at 2 under. Pepperell and Ewan Ferguson both turning in 34, both a couple under for the day then. Ferguson with the birdie at 9, Pepperell with the bogey, so they start their back 9, looking to try and just, I know Eddie dropped a shot, but it was a good up and down for a bogey, just looking to, there's some hair for you, look at that, those dreadlocks all the way down almost to the knees there. It's fantastic. Now, Ferguson, you'd love hair like that, wouldn't you, Thomas?
Like an inch of hair. Difficult to play golf with that hair though.
Yeah, might need to tie that up.
Into the back nine. He's not liking this one, Eddie Pepperell. And it's found her off. It's sitting up. Pin is on the right-hand side, but it's 15 on. Should have a little bit of green to work with. Definitely prefer to come out of the fairway, but if you can get the control when it's sitting up, it should be okay. Hovland up the 7th. He'll be going after this one. Oh yes. You love players that they just know straight away when it's in the fairways. They can just pick the tee up and get on with it.
And Perez trying to give it the full business here at 7. 2 pretty good ones to get it up, but they do have a bit of a helping wind here today.
Well, might be having a go from there. Nice hit. Yeah, it's amazing to sort of the average golfer that you watch these professionals, the top ones we're seeing here, and players like you, Thomas, that as soon as you hit the ball, you know you can be shouting go or sit down, because you know immediately the impact and what that's going to mean.
Yeah, you feel a strike straight away, and as soon as you felt the strike, you have a good indication of what the ball's going to do. In conditions like this, it's pretty straightforward. But even when it's windy and stuff, you know if the strike is correctly, you go through the wind in a certain way, and you have a good indication of how far the ball will go. And when you misstrike it, you know that conditions is going to affect the ball a lot more.
Jumeirah Golf Estates, the Earth Course, one of 2 layouts around here. Been hosting the DP World Tour Championship for 14 editions now, 2009 the very first. As the season finale on the DP World Tour, this event 43 of the campaign. It won't be long until the new season starts, mind you. Just about 5 days from now in South Africa at the Joburg Open.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys heading down South Africa, and a few guys heading down to Australia as well, as we built on our relationship with those 2 tours.
Now, choices next week.
Yeah, I always think if you're a young player, getting yourself down to Australia and play a few events down in the fantastic sandbelt down there on those beautiful golf courses, it just, not only just because it's great events playing it, but it teaches you a lot about how to play the game in different ways. It is a different kind of golf down there with firm fairways, runny greens, and it taught me a lot about golf playing in Australia early in my career.
It's got a good lie, Pepperell on the right of 10. It's not the best angle. All he can do really is try to find the right weight and leave this just right, or just left, sorry, of the hole. Spins like 2-3 paces from the right edge of the green. Anything 15 left is a pretty good result from where he is. There's a good vibe in this group. These 2 guys have been talking to each other all day. They're walking together on the fairway and talking together when they get on greens. Just feels like a nice little Sunday stroll.
Is there a little jumper in this one, Nico?
Yeah, a little bit. But this is high and soft, and this is a pretty good result, actually. Did find the weight just maybe a little bit further left than he would have wanted. Ferguson. It's a different thing. 114. He'd be looking at holding this as straight as possible. Maybe 2 paces left of it. A bit more draft than 10-15 minutes ago. Off the right a bit. A little bit into off the right for him. I assume like a hold-up finish. trying to keep this driven a bit.
Well, you expect this to be dancing around the hole.
It still require a good shot to hit this dead, because it's so tight from where he's looking. That flag looks like it's almost sitting on the fringe. Come down, come down.
Decent shot from Ewan Ferguson. We'll come back to those putts. Viktor press up the hill. Jay, what's he facing?
245 up the hill. The amount uphill and the breeze behind should cancel each other out. It's right into the grain of this paspalum grass. Might add a little difficulty. Obviously left is the bailout.
Just catching that big slope in the green and rolling back to the front. Difficult putt coming up.
He's had a few of those today, hasn't he? But he did well the last time now, Hovland.
Perfect lie, 238 on a little bit of an upslope. Just a launching pad here for Hovland. He should be able to throw this up high. The number one place to not hit it is that front bunker. It is so deep.
It's not in the front bunker, but it's racing over the green. Yeah. Fairly tricky chip coming back there. It's got a good line.
There's no doubt about it, though. The scoring this morning better than any other morning, really. We've got a couple of players out on the course. Early starters, 4 under par. David Law's 4 under for the day. Jordan Smith, who's had that fantastic season. In fact, you'll see his name coming through those DP World Tour rankings very shortly. He's had 3 birdies and an eagle on the card. A lot of players out there 3 under par, including your compatriot Torbjorn Olesen. And we've been watching Ferguson and Pepperell. They both got putts to get to 3 under par for the day coming up.
It's a fair bit of left to right in the first third of this, and then he gets into another set of grain. So I don't think that's going to move a lot left to right at the end. If anything, you could actually just hold up, or if anything, go left. So let's test Edwards' grain reading skills on this.
Well, you do have to match the strike to the green reading as well sometimes. I don't think he stayed in that one and lost the strike completely, and it just went off to the right.
Well, we get to an important part of his round because he's just made bogey on 9. Bit of a shake of the head now. It's about to get back on the saddle and keep the foot down for Eddie. Now this has got a bit of sneaky left to right on this. I think once this ball gets hit by the grain, it's going to slow it down and it's going to kick it a bit further right than he would maybe see. You know, the ones that can read the grain, they can see how slow the last end of this is going to be, and that allows you to be just a little bit more aggressive and have the ball stay on the line.
Up and out of that one straight away, Ferguson.
It's so important on left to right putts to just make sure your head stays down and you stay in the putt. As soon as you lose a little bit of strike, the ball just wants to ping off to the right. That's where on left to right putts, I always think it's a great idea to have a spot maybe 2 or 3 feet in front of you, and that's where I'm going to hit just a normal putt over that spot and not concentrate about anything else, because then it's easier to stay in the putt. Don't have to lift your head. As soon as you look at the hole out there, it's easy to want your head to go up and you lose the strike.
Hovland has the perfect lie for the shot, sitting where he won't be able to overspin. It's going to want to release, but the wind is kicking up in his face. Uphill all the way to the hole. Not much break to this one. Ooh, it did grab. But Thomas, he had a lot of loft in his hand. I didn't understand that.
Well, this is what I said earlier. I think his biggest problem is that he doesn't see the shot when he gets there. You know, great chippers and pitchers of the ball, they see the shot straight away. They know what club it is. They don't really think about it too much. They see a shot in with their eyes and their feel straight once they get to the ball. I always feel with Viktor Hovland, he's kind of trying to find a shot instead of going with the one that comes to you initially when you get there.
Perez down here in the lower left part of the green, he is far from vertically challenged. I want to tell you what, this is at least mid-thigh height above where his ball is, where the hole's cut. It's only the last quarter of this putt that it goes over this ridge. And it is really quick over the ridge. It's a funny putt. You can set it out to the right and it'll come in right to left. You can play it fairly straight. It won't break a whole lot. But anything inside of 2.5 feet is an excellent effort, mainly because of the elevation change he has to deal with. And obviously going up this big hill, it's straight into the grain. So you absolutely have to hit it solid so you get the true roll.
Superb for pace.
Just want to get back to your point on Viktor Hovland. So, how do you teach that then? You know, the options and picking the right one.
I think you've got to spend a lot of time around greens, and you've got to, you know, early in my career, I spent a lot of times around the chipping green, and as soon as I saw Seve, or saw Olasabal, or saw Bernard Langer, and they all did it differently. I would have chats, I would have conversations, I would learn different kind of shots of all of them and talk to them about how you see different shots, and every player has something that they're very, very good at around the greens, and then you just kind of learn different types of shots, give yourself opportunities to have different shots on every shot around the green. How can I hit this? I can hit it 2 or 3 ways, and then you get a feel for this one comes straight to me when you're behind the ball, and this is what I'm gonna do. I remember playing a practice round around Augusta National with Seve, and it was such an eye-opener. Every single, you know, chip shot around the green, I was thinking, oh, I'm just going to do that. And he says, yeah, but you can do this, or you can do this, or you can do this. And you're standing there thinking, wow. I mean, I always felt like I had a good short game, but wowzers, I had a lot to learn. And then you teach yourself. You don't so much let him teach you, but you teach yourself to hit those different kind of shots.
I actually have a question for Thomas. Were you a good pitcher before you met all these legends of short game then?
Yeah, I always had a good short game. When I was a kid, I spent hours and hours around the chipping. I loved it. I was in the back garden. I loved just having a club in my hands all the time. So, yeah, I did have a good short game. But when you have a good short game as an amateur and as a kid, and then all of a sudden you come out on tour and you get to spend time with some of the greats of the game, you realize you've got so much more to learn. And I find with a lot of young players today that just think they got it all covered. You can always improve, and you can always learn something new.
Really interesting that. Jon Rahm leading by 1. This is the state of affairs as far as the top of the leaderboard is concerned, and we are, what, an hour from Fitzpatrick and Rahm going out. So you can see already some of the players who are just outside the top 20 as far as Miliozzi and Paul are concerned, now inside thanks to a couple of early birdies. They're at 4 under par. Let's look from one of the fairway bunkers down towards the 8th tee.
And the breeze is coming off the right. That last bunker up the right side, the smallest of the four. The fourth being left on the inside of the dog leg, is your perfect target today. And Thomas, this is going to sound weird maybe, but don't you think that good short game players, when they walk up, they see the shot, they don't have to look for it?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the more shots you have in your arsenal, the easier it is to see that shot. If you only have one type of shot, well, then that's the only shot you can go with.
100%. Want to start this a little right and ride the breeze, but comes out of that one.
Yeah, it's in the fairway. It's a long way back, though. Interesting shot coming up. There could be a lot of iron for Victor Perez in here on the 8th.
This is a tee shot with the breeze coming off the right. The shape of the fairway, just a slight bend from right to left, should really suit Viktor Hovland. And as I say that, the wind has turned maybe 20 degrees. It was more straight right to left for Perez, but for the second Victor, it's turned a little bit more in his face here from the right.
He's going with driver, though. Should get it a long way down there. I don't think he can carry the bunker on the left-hand side this morning. And that's where he's going. Straight in it.
And we could hear the frustration.
th fairway. Short par 4 here at the Earth course. Play for position off the tee with a fairway wood or an iron. And it's only really a wedge, so a little 9-iron down there. He's pulled this one a bit, so it's gone a bit longer, come over the top of it. Closes the face down. Disappointing shot for Ewan Ferguson. Bit easier for Pepperell. Can see more off it. That was straight down it. It's a tricky pin position, this. Really a steep slope down to this flag over that knuckle. If you got to get it close, you might have to fly it all the way there.
Well, there's the trophy that will go to the player who ends the year as the #1 player on the DP World Tour. Colin Morikawa was the champion last year. He doubled up. Rory McIlroy could do that today. Let's update you with what we've seen so far in our featured group. Eddie Pepperell missed a decent look at birdie at the first, just grabbed the left edge at the par 5 second for his birdie 4. He's played some really nice golf.
Yeah, early on he was really providing the entertainment. Every single shot was dancing around the hole. Wasn't holding all the putts, but he held a few, and he was off to a flyer, and that would go in for birdie on 5.
Good look at 6 as well, but one came at the par 5 7. So 3 under par through 7 holes. He was actually 4 under par through 8 holes yesterday. Shot around a 69, so be hoping to push on today.
Ewan Ferguson was off to a slow start. He was 1 over after 4, but he would roll that in on 5 for his first birdie of the day.
You like this one? Nice touch at the back of 7.
Yeah, I love this. It just shows that you got the quality. Just pop it on, understanding the lie and rolling it down to the hole, and he would make birdie on 7.
Yeah, that was impressive, as was this, his approach to the par 4 ninth.
Yeah, probably the best shot we've seen all morning. He went with 3 wood off the tee, which surprised us a little bit, but when you can do this, talented young man, and would roll that in for a front 9 of 34.
Ferguson with a bit of left to right on this. Medium quick, let's say. Looks a bit surprised of what. Oh, he looks surprised at what the ball done.
Well, Perez paying the penalty for that unsolid tee shot. 238. Most of the wind is from the right. It's actually switching more from the right. A few moments ago, it was hurting him a little bit. He's thinking about changing clubs because of the direction change.
Like I said, maybe it's going to be some traction left, right? Yeah, exactly. A straight fade type of thing. Yeah, I mean, I still, if you're hitting the straight fade, I still like it up at that time. Yeah.
205 to the front, but that doesn't give you much because it's a 3-level green. The hole's cut up in that back left corner. I think if you pitch it with a flat trajectory in the beginning of that middle tier, it might run all the way back there, but anything on the green will be a good result from this position. He's on an uphill lie. Ball above his feet even makes this more difficult.
Is it going to stay?
Viktor Hovland cannot see anything out of this bunker. It's so deep. 182 to the hole, just under 150 to the front edge.
Yeah, our camera angle, it just looks like there's a wall in front of him.
There is. It's a sandy wall, a firm sandy wall. And unfortunately for Hovland, he's pretty close to it. He's got a flat lie. If he had a little bit of an uphill lie, it would be a lot easier. Hovland can definitely get it to the green with a perfect strike. Okay, it's going to take a perfect shot. He cannot get it within 40 feet of the hole. Just can't do it.
That's an excellent shot. I bet that's under 40 feet.
Yeah, it's about that, isn't it?
I just wanted desperately to be under 40 feet.
Don't be haters, you two. Don't.
Eddie Pepperell looking to get back on the birdie trail here at 11. Take it out of the hole. Good vibes back for Eddie, who started the year in category 16B, which is for players that finished sort of between 130 160 on the DP World Tour rankings. That's from last year. That was a moment ago. This now on the tee at 12.
I was about to say that's a quick run over to the 12th tee, that. Still sitting up in the rough there, so he can get to the green, but it's going to be tough. That green is so elevated from the fairway. It's tough to keep it on the green.
It's going to be a long hole, 12 today, because it's blowing in off the left, and it's quite a spicy pin position as well, so you want to find a fairway. In a way, when you play this hole into the wind, it makes it easier to find a fairway, because it kind of slopes in from both sides. If you send something low, you don't have to really force anything off the tee shot here. You just send it low somewhere down the line, and it's always going to gather from any side it's coming from.
Ooh, that just got hung up in that first cut. It would have been a lot better for him. He's just made it onto the fairway and it would have rolled down. Feet below the ball there for the next one for Ewan Ferguson.
I'm a bit nervous here. I think this could be inside of 40 feet, Thomas. I haven't seen the graphic or don't know for sure, but it's close.
Well, we haven't yet, but I'm sure we will.
I'm sure you'll tell me if it is. Yeah, I thought it was inside. It was a phenomenal shot, let me tell you what. I mean, hats off to Hovland. It was a good shot.
39 feet, Jay.
Yeah, stop smiling, Thomas. I can feel your smile from out here. It was a really good shot for Perez to get to this position. A bit surprised he's going with the putter. He's got a nice uphill lie. It would have been one if you're chipping. I think you'd think about trying to make it. I think when someone putts these, they're just trying to get down in two. So this is going to have some swing from left to right. I think the chip would have taken some of that left to right swing out of it, which is in the middle part of this putt.
So this looks like it's going to be a two-putt for Viktor Perez. So 39 feet left here for Viktor Hovland, Jay.
How far is it?
38 feet 10 inches if we're going to be precise.
Oh man, he made it easy, didn't he? Wow, well, I was way out. Wasn't even close. I'm going to turn in my badge after the next hole.
Don't you go anywhere.
The grain says this putt wants to go left to right. Looking at the slope, it's hard to see much break. He is putting from the middle of the three levels, so he has to go up a little bit of a slope, but it's not a real severe one. I don't think this is an overly difficult putt to get the right pace. There's 38, 10-inch, 30-foot, 10-inch putts go. This is a pretty easy one.
Well, from where he was off the tee, that's a very good four for Viktor Hovland. Hovland, who made that Ryder Cup team in the US last time out. Viktor Perez for a long time was in the automatic spots. He had that lovely run on the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship in 2019, and at the start of 2020 had some big results in some of the events in the US Sawgrass, the World Golf Championship events. He finished second in 3 Rolex Series events, 2 top 5s in World Golf Championship events, but couldn't quite maintain that all the way through the qualifying period, which went on a little longer than usual given the circumstances because of COVID. Well, Holt, he did finish third since his win at Marco Simone Golf Club, which is where they're going to be hosting the Ryder Cup in September. Now this just got stuck on the hill here for Ewan Ferguson.
Now this is uber complicated. The ball is so far, so high above his stance. You got no green. You don't know how the ball is going to come out of this. Level difficulty 9 out of 10. It was either going to be one or the other. It's very difficult. Sometimes that ball can just not go anywhere, and sometimes the fly would send it like 20 too far. It was an extremely difficult shot to play for Ferguson. And Pepperell is whole. It's not really that much easier. I wonder if you're taking a drop, because the stance would have been on a sprinkler head. The lie was all right, so it's always a gamble. Do I take the drop, or do I play the ball as it lies? It should fly, but it's such a difficult part of the green to find today on 12.
settles down a little bit in the rough around the green there. We've got a big flyer. And that won't be that easy. There's kind of a slope off the bunker there, so might be a good bit of break on that chip shot coming up for Eddie Pepperell.
Wind is a bit confusing here on 9. If you look at the trees left to the fairway, it's left to right, but you feel it on the fairway. It feels like it's right behind the players. It was a wide left. I did not know that out of bounds was in play off of this tee, but that was the case for Hovland's drive yesterday. I think we're all hoping that he has a short memory, but sometimes those things can kind of linger. Everything slopes right to left. Ideally, you want to land it up the right half of the fairway. Ball tends to bounce left a little bit. That rough over on the left side of the fairway is very long and penalizing. You don't want to hit it there.
Yeah, no need for 3 off the tee today for the Norwegian. Now Nicholas, a couple of chip shots, different ones coming up here.
Yeah, you couldn't have you can have 2 more opposite shots. Ferguson is like 20-25 paces short of the green from the fairway. You can expect this to hop and stop. There'll be plenty of spin on this. It's not easy though. He only has like 6 or 7 paces of green between the front edge and the pin. And you don't want to leave this short because that will come back down to your feet. Maybe not quite as far as down to his feet, but it'll roll back maybe 10 paces. So you need to pitch this on the green.
Nicely done. But what about this one for Pepperell then? I assume you've had a look at the lie.
I mean, how long have we got to talk about this?
For a little while yet.
You can. I'm the opposite side of the green, but I had a good look at this. So first the lie. It's not too bad. He's a little bit on an upslope, but he's got maybe 40 paces of green. And he's got 2 huge waves in front of him. So you got to decide: do I send this short the first one and use both of them? Do I send this in between the 2 waves? You can do that. The lie propose that shot option, but the thing that you have to be very careful of is if he gets to the hole with a little bit of pace, you can basically end up where we just saw Ferguson play from. So the mistake will come short, I would imagine, but there is a way to get this close if you judge it perfectly.
In there, definitely scores out there. 5 under par. A couple of players have moved to that for their round. Jordan Smith with a birdie at 15 and David Law with a birdie at 12. They're both -5 for round 4, looking to finish the campaign on a high. All these players have had good seasons one way or another. That's why they are in the season finale. Ewan Ferguson was saying at the start of the year that the goal really was to try and keep his card coming from the Challenge Tour. Then you win again. Suddenly you find yourself amongst the top players on the tour. playing in this DP World Tour Championship. So a couple of players with who have played nicely today, but they got their work cut out to try and walk off 12 with 4s.
Good look. He certainly thought he held it. Well, Hovland up the 9th. Big winds off the left here now. It's picking up for the first time this week. We're really seeing a little bit of breeze on the golf course here in Dubai. Excellent golf shot.
Perez ready to go quickly. He's feeling it. 188, ball slightly above his feet. A perfect lie here. Plays 6 uphill, so plays 194, and the wind is coming off the left pretty hard. If you hit it a little left of the hole, it wants to feed in, especially if you take some air out of it and bring it in a little lower. Pretty friendly hole location here.
No doubt a chance for revenge at this hole after a double bogey yesterday for Viktor Hovland. Now, Ferguson so close to making his part. Pepperell does. Fabulous. Really was fabulous up and down that. Good support out there for both of them. Not quite as many in the Pepper army as there was in Portugal a few weeks ago. Now, forget the golf. It's all about the sword fighting with the branches. Look at that. Who's going to win that? Oh, careful. Don't want to get it in the eye. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. That was close.
Well, there's no doubt who's Darth Vader. And
Oh,
who's
he's
Luke
coming back
Skywalker.
for more hit. Oh, I thought he was going to... While the back was turned, I thought maybe. He's thinking about it, isn't he? Get the rope instead. Oh, there's a golf swing there. Look at this. Right.
Oh, you wonder what goes on in their minds. Yeah. Definitely less complicated than playing golf.
Absolutely. The naivety of youth. Drop shot, unfortunately. Second of the day for Ewan Ferguson. Applause for Viktor Hovland. Not quite as close as Ferguson was earlier, but excellent nonetheless.
Richard, I think both players hit exactly the shot they wanted to. There's a big slope that feeds down where this hole is located. I think both are very surprised how quickly their second shot settled down, especially with an uphill shot. You know, it kind of flattens out the trajectory. Of course, you don't want to get overly aggressive and go in the rough beyond. This is a really quick putt for Perez, and Hovland, on the times that he's had a similar line when Perez has putted first, he gets in there really quick, and he's poised. Hovland is hovering, trying to watch this Perez putt. He's not careful. He's going to be in Perez's right pocket. You can stick up all the fingers you want. I can tell you one thing, it's fast. The grain tells you it's going to want to fall left to right. From left to the hole, it's shiny all the way. Very consistent grain, which makes a putt of this distance a little bit easier. But notice how he's got the flag stick in. Every chance this is going to have too much speed.
Go on. Well, that's been a really good battling front nine for Victor Perez. 2 birdies at the 2 par 5s. Some good 2 putts from length out in 34, which is what Eddie Pepperell did.
A million Skywards miles with Emirates. What will you use them for, Richard?
Well, I think I would use it. My wife's brother's just moved to Australia, so might be able to lie down for there and back using those.
It's going to be an interesting day for the guys that haven't started yet, an interesting back nine for these guys. There's a UAE flag in the distance over left of the first green that is standing at full attention. It is starting to get windy out here. Perez hit a really good putt, although he came up short. He gave Hovland the perfect line. This is just outside left edge and just like gravity work. Fantastic opportunity to pick up a 3.
Just overdid it a little bit. It's going to be, if he taps that in, a level par front nine. 36 for Viktor Hovland. And I've got to say that that's kind of the week that it's been for him. At times nearly, and at times just not quite been there.
Yeah, we haven't had a hole-in-one yet this week. But don't talk hole-in-ones in front of Nicholas Colsaerts, by the way. It's very touchy. Into the bunker. How many aces have you had, Thomas?
Yeah, this is where it starts sounding a bit arrogant, but
go on, you've done it. Tell us.
Mid-teens. I don't actually know the exact number, but mid-teens.
And in competition, do you know how many?
I've had 3 in competition.
Okay. Yeah, Nicholas has not only not had one, he's never seen one. Never played with anyone who's had one, never commentated on anyone who's had one.
That's what do you say to that?
I know, what can we say? Let's say Rory McIlroy's top of the DP World Tour rankings. Come, Tom, because you're not going to be with us for all of this morning and this afternoon. What's your instinct and how this might all pan out?
Well, I actually think that Jon Rahm is going to go out and win this golf tournament. That's the feeling I have. I just think that he's in a position. He feels such in control with his wedges. I think it's going to be a great battle back and forth. And I think it would be right fitting in the game of golf if Rory won the FedEx Cup. He won the DP World Tour Championship and he was the world #1. It would be quite fitting for where golf is right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Pebbles found the short right part of the green, which is never easy to find. It might play downwind, which allows you to hit a more lofted club, but it's a difficult one to get close. I don't think we're going to see a holy one today. To keep my trend going. This has got a bit of left to right in there for Eddie. Very makeable.
Someday, Nico, someday you'll get one.
I'm starting to lose hope, Thomas. I mean, I've been playing this game for 30 years and I've never seen one. I still can't believe that I haven't seen one. I made one on a par 4 on a practice round with Thomas Dietrich and Thomas Peters at Trump a couple of years ago. And a very good friend of mine from Scotland, who's a member at Loch Lomond, Kirk Beaton, also has the same feat, holding one on a par 4 and never makes one on a par 3. So I think that's a small club to be a part of.
Well, it is a very small club to be a part of. There you go. That's a hole in one.
I always like clubs, Thomas, as you know.
Different.
This will want to be quick for Ferguson.
Different club, that one.
Different type of clubbing, indeed. Had a pretty difficult bunker shot from the right there, Ferguson, to be fair. He was sitting in a bit of a downhill lie and not really a lot of green to work with. We talked about the importance of missing on the right side on this golf course. As soon as you put a foot wrong, you're looking at bogey, unless you come back with a long par-saving putt.
So back-to-back bogeys for Ewan Ferguson. Back to level par for the Rahm. A couple of wins this year for him. A couple of wins this season as well for Tristan Lawrence, who looks on course at the moment to claim the Rookie of the Year title. Lawrence out on the course right now. Couple under for the day. He's just birded 14 and 15. As it stands, he looks like he's going to finish highest on the rankings. But we're getting to the point of the day now where these players here are all just about to set off over the next half an hour, all with hopes of winning the final event of the 2022 campaign, the DP World Tour Championship, coming from the Earth Course at Jumeirah Golf Estates.
Par 4, par 5, 14th. I'm not sure this is reachable for Eddie Pepperell. No, it certainly won't be after that tee shot.
I was going to say, yeah, I think Eddie could get there in 2 if he hits the fairway. A friendlier pin position today on 14, with the pin being middle left. And the wind comes from the right direction as well, off the right. So we might see some good shots into 14 today. But as we know, it starts here with a big tee shot to go and get the green in 2.
Well, Nico, you can tell me this. I always felt with this hole, if you move the tee up 1 tee, the long hitters could reach the water. Would you, I mean, you being such a long hitter, would you see that that would bring the water into play?
No, I don't think so. You can get close, but I mean, as I'm flicking through my yardage book, you know, it's not even in there. You know, you've got 350 from the back to the 250. You're looking at 450 from the back. So let's say maybe 380 or so. I don't think anyone could get there, but it's a much better hole from the tee forward.
.380, you can get there. 380, Nico.
Well, I mean, I'm still holding the European Tour record with 447 yards in Wales on 18, so might have not had a hole in one, but I do have a plaque on an iconic golf course in Wales where they played the 2010 Ryder Cup, so something to be proud of.
You haven't had any hole in ones, so.
447, Thomas. Thank you.
10th hole, and the difficulty, Thomas, coming out of these kind of lies. It looks fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there when you've got a close-up over the ball, there's a lot of stuff sitting underneath the ball, and it's just difficult to know exactly what the ball is going to do when it sets off. I don't think, because you can move all the things behind the ball and all, it's quite easy to get a strike on the ball if you can keep your footing. But sometimes it just hits a little wood chip on the way to start with, and it kind of pops and you lose control of the flight. So yeah, it is a bit uncertain as a shot to hit. You certainly don't want to be in it. I always found with this, though, the one thing that happens more often than not is that you lose your footing, and then you lose kind of control over your face and don't get the strike. That sounded okay. Yeah, that's a good shot. Just moves it back into the stands a little bit, so it just gets a bit steeper, gets a little bit more spin. This should be a lot easier for Viktor Hovland, 92 yards. He's not on this week, Viktor Hovland. He's just not quite with it. A little bit of work. He's going down to the Bahamas to play in Tiger Woods' Hero Challenge in a couple of weeks' time, and then he said he's going to take 3 weeks off completely, going back to Norway. Even if he wanted to practice, I don't think he could.
Only indoors. Well, that practice range just slowly getting a little less busy, with only a few more groups to go out, including a few of the names you saw on those rankings there.
Yeah, probably one of the worst lives we've seen all week. We were just discussing this with this gentleman that's taking the pictures for you guys. But that's a pretty good effort from where he was. That could have done a lot of funny things from where that ball was lying, or how that ball was lying. Now here Ferguson is going to have a crack at this, but you know, you've smoked this driver down the middle, you get down there and you've got a pretty extreme side hill lie, the ball below the feet. So this is going to require a lot of face control or trust in the shape that you want to use to get onto that left part of the green. I'm 100% sure he would have walked up to his ball thinking, okay, great, now I can play a nice draw into the spin, and you get there, you see the line, you're like, oh, come on. This is a lot complicated that he would have liked.
Yep, you've got to there.
273.
No, you've got the help there.
So I imagine some sort of rescue will be out. He's got a strong rescue in the bag.
All about aiming down the left here. Just let this work with the slope. Big old cut.
My God, man.
Straight over the top of it. This is going left. Frustration creeping in at the moment.
Yeah, frustration for him. It's been fairly frustrating as well for Viktor Hovland. Expected that one, what, from 92 yards to nestle into that kind of range, really, as opposed to with the birdie putt. It's still been a year where he's won a Rolex Series event, where he's been in the final group for the final round of a major championship.
Outside chance for Perez. Coming out of the wood chips to here. Line was good.
Could be wrong, I can't really remember a putt that Victor Perez has had outside of a par 5 where he's sort of in that 10 feet, 15 feet range for birdie. Everything seems to be outside 30 feet.
And it's just that type of golf course, a little bit out of position, a little bit not quite hitting it the way you want, and then you end up with longish putts all the time, trying to play away from the flags instead of towards them when you're not in control. Well, that's why they teed off at what, 8 something or 9 o'clock, you know, and not at 12:45.
Yeah.
It's a par for Viktor Hovland. More work than he would have liked after the tee shot.
Pepperell's third on its way at 14, and it's a delicious one from the Englishman. Very tasty. First half of the year, I think he only made 3 cuts, first 12 starts, and then it all started to click.
Yeah, strong ambassador for the DP World Tour, Eddie Pepperell. Believes in what we're doing. Also makes that known to people around.
He's not afraid to let his feelings know.
Complicated shot coming up for Ferguson. Well, the complicated bit is basically to read and predict what the ball is going to do in the bank in front of him. You know, you can send this early into the slope with a couple of bounces, but that's always a bit of a gamble. If you can send this like 2/3 up the slope and get it to bounce like 2 or 3 times maximum before it gets on the green, that's probably the best option. It's an exceptional par 5 when you pull the second shot off, but as soon as you miss it, you always end up with something very complicated. So I'm torn between great design and not liking it so much.
Which par 5 do you prefer, this one or 18 then?
I think I prefer this one, because when you pull the shot off, it's very satisfying. Whatever the club you're coming in with is second. You can see the ball is way back in the stance, so this will be driven in a few hops.
Oh, what a shot that is. Really, really well played. Got to be brave when you hit these kind of shots. Make sure to hit it hard enough to get the forward momentum on everything. Talented young man.
I believe, being from Scotland, he would have played a few bump and runs in his life, but like you mentioned, it's a good shot because predicting what the grain and the grass is going to do is always the difficult part of playing those.
Yeah, I haven't yet found a golf course in Scotland with grain around the greens. And saying that, I saw some awful pictures from Carnoustie yesterday.
You couldn't see anything.
Well, you couldn't, and it's, you know, when you see stuff like that, you just wish that the water will go away and everybody's okay, and we can get back to having that fantastic golf course they have up there. And it's not only Carnoustie, there's a lot of other golf courses affected. But we wish them all the best.
Yeah, those ranking finishes are, I mean, last year he was playing on the Challenge Tour 2020, got something like 17 starts. 2019 only a handful, so this first proper full season on tour for you and Ferguson. He's had a few good up and downs. This would be another.
Very confident stroke, that one. Just a bit of a tap it down there and hope it goes in kind of stroke.
Eddie's laid up with on every par 5 so far, and he's birdied the first 2. So this is to go with 3 out of 3 on par 5s with layups.
Nicely done, Eddie Pepperell. 4 under par for the day now, Pepperell. Knocks the best out there. David Law's 6 under par for his round at the moment. Still a few holes to play for the Scotsman. Yeah, he had extraordinary. We were watching him in our feature group on day 1, Eddie Pepperell, 18. Went into the creek with his first. Then with his third shot, obviously having taken a drop, he went into the creek, bounced out of the rocks. Then with his next shot, went into the creek, bounced out of the rocks again. So he kind of went in the creek 3 times, ended up with a double bogey 7.
Hovland here on 11. He really can't see anything up anything. So you've got to pick a spot here right in front of you, the tree, over the edge of the bunker or something, where the in line with the flag, and then just trust it. Trust your number. Pins in the back right hand corner today. It's quite a good angle to come in towards this flag though. Lovely shot.
Well, 12th traditionally plays as one of the toughest holes on the course, but you can see it's playing under its par so far today.
Yeah, a bit easier for Victor Perez. He can see the flag from where he is. It's a tough pin position, this, to get really close. Most guys going down that line there, giving themselves somewhere between 15 and 20 feet.
15th tee now, short par 4. Just the iron for Eddie Pepperell.
Sounded a bit clunky, didn't it? But I think that's in the fairway down there on the left-hand side.
Ferguson also with an iron. They're playing short today, they can't really fly. The last bunker gets about 290 yards, so they're just playing for position, which is the right thing to do with this pin today on the far left, just behind the bunker.
Well, they're getting very close now towards the end of their successful campaigns in 2022. And one or two players emerging on the leaderboard. Max Kiefer breaking through this season with his win at the D&D Royale Czech Masters in August. Picked up an early birdie. Birdie at the second for him. Birdie at the second as well for Rasmus Højgaard. Tommy Fleetwood with a par start. Major Moronk, Till Hatton coming down the first, and we're now down to the last few groups to start their final round. Been a good few months for Erasmus, hasn't it? It was a kind of an indifferent period, but he looks like he's picked up to where he was this time last year.
Yeah, he really has improved, I think, under the work with Søren Hansen, the stuff that they have done. He's more consistent. He's frustrated that he hasn't closed a few of those chances he's had, especially in Paris at the French Open. But I still think that, you know, he's taking stride to become a more consistent player, and that's you know, at his age, at 21, that's a real good sign. Wins will come when you're that talented and you have the ability that he has. You know, wins will come, but becoming more consistent is very, very important.
Yeah, he's up there again, as he seems to be at the moment every week.
Yeah, and getting to play with the right players. You know, when you're in big tournaments and you have big names on the leaderboard and you get to play with them, you learn a lot, and it makes you comfortable. It makes you believe that you're one of them. So he can go on to do good things, and I'm predicting he will have a big year next year, and he might just be in Rome when we come to September.
Yeah, that's a valid shout, I would think. I'm sure he would be a big asset to the team as well for Luke Donald. Now, Perez kind of in birdie territory at last on a par 4, after saying on the last screen how he seems to have been 30 feet and out nearly every single time.
This should be a little bit right to left, this one. Quite quick. Well, he thought it was right to left as well. Didn't break. Short par 4 15th.
Long way back, Ferguson. And that's a quality golf shot from where he was. We've seen a bit of a downslope. A little bit more complicated deal for Eddie Pepperell. The lie's not too bad in the rough, but he's got that tree that's not going to allow him to use the wind that's coming in off the left. It's going to be difficult to control this. But that's actually a pretty good result for Eddie there. Not far from the edge of the green.
Hovland. This is a nice look at birdie. And that one slides off to the left. So we got a little bit confused with Victor Perez's putt that it didn't come back. Gave it a little bit less.
Not much has happened really for Hovland today. One birdie, one bogey. A golf course that's matured nicely over the years. And that leaderboard showing us that Till Hatton has birdied the first. Difficult back 9 for him yesterday, gets within 2 of the lead.
It was good fun to watch though, wasn't it?
Isn't he always? I mean, I was actually, because we finished here in the morning, I was on the phone watching it at one point, and you can't help but be drawn one way or another to what Till Hatton's doing. It's going to be a really exciting afternoon. Just what we wanted, really. A lot of talented players at the top of the leaderboard. Some of the cream of European golf. And the crowds are going to build all the time now as well. A fair few have come out to try and watch players we've been watching here. I know Eddie Pepperell's got some support out there. Ewan Ferguson's got some of his family with him this week.
Well, Nico, what's he facing?
Well, Eddie's got a great lie. But if you want to bounce this on the fringe, the first part of the fringe that he might use is into the green, and then the last foot of fringe is down green, and once it gets on the green, it's quick. Some boys would flop that. Let's see what he does. I'm surprised by that, because the lie didn't really suggest anything of the sort. There wasn't really a lot behind the ball.
Well, no reaction. We're just talking about Tyrrell Hatton. I don't think he'd have reacted to that the way Eddie just put it behind him, or seemed to have put it behind him. Now Ferguson is for birdie.
There's not a lot of break in this for Ferguson. The green's going to push the ball to that right. No green, that would be right to left, but with the green, is it going to be straight? Is it going to go right? It's always a bit of a guessing game at times when there's so many information to deal with. So you just got to pick and commit to it.
I think we can conclude that that was a poor read more than anything.
Just off the putting surface still here, Eddie Pepperell.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, there's a couple of different colours of grass and grain in front of him. It's going to be quick, but it's not easy to read. There's not much, but I think sometimes it's just difficult to pick a side. This is one of them where I could not pick a side.
Well, it wasn't a good chip shot, but that's a disappointing bogey. Playing some nice golf today as Eddie Pepperell.
Yeah. I think.
But that's the, even on a short hole like 15, missed the fairway there, slightly out of position, and it's a struggle. Whereas this is, tough hole, but good positions to be hitting their seconds for the victors.
Yeah, definitely. We've talked about it all week. Get it in the fairway. It is frustrating not taking advantage of the short par fours here, and certainly making bogeys on them is disappointing. Just go to the 16th tee. I think these two are waiting. Look up to the tee on this wonderful design par 4. A couple of bunkers down there. There's one in the middle of the fairway. The first one they can definitely all carry. The second one, it's only the long hitters that can carry that. And I'm I'm glad to say that Jay Townsend has made it in from the golf course and he's about to take over. I apologize to all our friends around the world that that's what you have to put up with for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you might be delighted, Thomas. But listen, thanks for your company with us this morning in our feature group coverage.
No, thanks for having me. It's been good fun. Jay, all over to you.
We'll leave it to Nicholas Colsaerts, I think, for these 16th tee shots.
Driver for Ferguson, 116, which is the normal play. It's downwind. Using the right, or trying to carry that bunker that Thomas just mentioned.
Yeah, it's just gone off the ball now, hasn't it? The play in this pairing.
You can see Eddie rehearsing, so sort of trying to keep the club in front of him. This will also have to be his driver. One-handed finish is never a good sign.
Come up shy of the bunker. But another one that misses the fairway. Back at 12. Hovland ready to go. Well, he did get down. Hovland now. In good position, Perez. Couple under for the round. Hasn't had a bogey on the card. And this one up and down as well. Right over the flag. These feature groups is a great way of looking at the golf course, seeing you know, top players like Viktor Hovland, Victor Perez, when they're not necessarily at the best, how they're going to have to grind things out, try and find the kind of form that they want, the kind of form that would have had them if they were at their best. Amongst these players, you can see that Rory McIlroy has opened up with a par at the first, a birdie at the first. Just the start he was looking for. That takes him within 2 of the leader, Jon Rahm, at the top. So yeah, birdie start for Rory McIlroy. It's kind of sets the foundation for the day for the leaders.
It certainly does. Well, he's defending his position, isn't he? And you know, he's got a tough fight. Clearly, it would, if Rory can't win, it would help him if Rahm were to win.
Yeah, not
anybody but Fitzpatrick. Yeah. From McIlroy's perspective, there's a lot of toing and froing going on this afternoon.
Enjoy your stroll out on the...
It was nice out there. It was warm. Okay, about the third hole, you've got perspiration dripping down the middle of your back. But that being said, we saw a lot of old friends out there, year in, year out. A lot of the same people are here, and it was a great atmosphere. Fantastic crowds out there, even in the early groups.
You were out following the victors, Perez and Hovland. Not that they're playing poorly by any stretch of the imagination. As I'm mentioning, Perez 2 under for the day, no drop shots on the card. Hovland at level par for his round, but can't quite see the big spark we know that they're capable of.
You know, that's the thing about professional golf. You know, you're just not on all the time, unless you're a superstar. You know, the household names, the guys that you refer to just by their first name and everyone in the world knows, those guys play well seemingly week in and week out. But the rest of the guys, you know, the mortals, you know, they just don't play well all the time. But it's fun to watch them play when they're not at their best. Normally we're watching them when they're at their absolute best on a Saturday, Sunday afternoon. It's fun to watch how they deal with, less than their best game.
You can see where Victor Perez is aiming this one. Big swing, right to left.
Such a fast putt down that hill. You see the shiny color of the grass, the grains going away from you down the hill. One thing about this type of grass, the grain is a giveaway to the slopes because it always goes down slope. The green grows the way the water would flow if there was water on the green.
Perez has tapped that in for his par 4. Hovland feeding those slopes.
Besides the first hole where Viktor Hovland took 3 to get down from inside of 25 feet from the hole, these guys haven't made a bogey. I mean, they've played really well. They just maybe haven't hit it quite close enough to the hole. They haven't, hit it in the perfect spot off the tee to open up the second shot, but they've certainly played well. It was fun watching Hovland warm up this morning going through the bag. He really concentrated on his irons more so. He hit a few 3-woods. He hit a draw with the first one on the range. Then he hit a couple of cut shots. He hit 3 drivers quickly and then boom, gone. Ready to go. It was really iron work he was working on. This is a fast putt, right to left.
Keep going. Agonizingly close. Not to be though for the Norwegian. Eddie Pepper has already played here. Neither player in position off the tee. Really dig it out of the rough there, Ewan Ferguson, and he's done ever so well. Not going to be guaranteed to make his 4 from there, but still muscled it out.
I think that's a good word, muscled it out. They're trying to muscle to see who can win that trophy right there, but it's such a different challenge this year than it has been in the previous 13 DP World Tour Championships here at the Earth Course because of having the Bermuda rough as opposed to the more watered, more controlled, overseeded rough in the 13 years prior.
Well, at one point yesterday, Tyrrell Hatton had a 3-shot lead. All disappeared and more down the back 9, but just the kind of start he was looking for. Birdie at 1 and 2, and Hatton now alongside Matt Fitzpatrick in a share of second place.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Eddie's going to play this. You can use the whole green on the left and trying to use the slope. He just got to make sure that he gets past that middle wave in the green, at least down to that second tier. It was always going to be a difficult shot, but played that very quickly.
That was weird.
I think we might be getting to the point where Eddie wants to be back at the hotel on the beach with a sip of a margarita.
I think you you might have a point there, Nico. Yeah. 13th, par 3. Perez now.
Front right hole location. Wind hurting and from the left. He's comfortable hitting a high little cut shot. That's what it calls for here at 13. Beautiful, great execution there for Perez. Really plays within himself, lays back off the tee a lot, plays positioning golf. He doesn't just power it. He's got power when he needs it. But he doesn't use it often. He's most of the time playing chess out there. Hovland a little bit more comfortable with his irons, kind of trapping it, playing right to left. So not a really friendly hole location front right. But played that incredibly well. What a shot.
Two excellent tee shots at 13 from Viktor. Now look at this one. Up and down. Ferguson's third.
That's actually pretty good. I can't stress you how difficult this little pitch was over a couple of different waves and fringe and everything, get everything out of it. It's a pretty good result for Ferguson.
Yeah, very hot out there, maintaining your concentration. It's all right over there in the shade. In the cold something.
I heard Nicholas mention margarita earlier. Mojito wouldn't be bad either. All depends on, you know, what your preferred taste is.
Yeah, this is difficult to judge. It's going to start by being right to left over this first mound, and then the whole rest is going to be left to right.
A lot of promise, wasn't there, on over the front nine from these two. You know, you feel like, oh yeah, I can get out there. We've seen some players just like David Law, 6 under for the day. You think, oh, I can get that. I can get in the top 20, and then momentum goes with one shot, and suddenly it's like, get me in the clubhouse. Get that feeling here from these two.
If your game is off a little bit on this golf course, it can kind of beat you down mentally, because there's no real let up. It would look like some easy shots can be very difficult because of the exacting hole location, which rightly so, because these guys are good. You want to test them.
Pepperell can do no better than bogey. Ferguson trying to get away with another pop. I said get away, make it would be another super up and down, wouldn't it, Nico?
Yeah, it would, because it was really, really spicy down the back left here. I think coming in the end of the day, this could be a pivotal hole, because our two guys here have come from the rough and they had absolutely no control of their second shots. And once you go long on this 16, you're faced with something super difficult. So who knows what we're going to see coming down this hole in the afternoon today with the finale of this season.
Yeah, so another bogey for Ferguson. That's 3 over par now for this back nine. 3 over par for the DP World Tour Championship. But while they're struggling, we got a couple of very good looks at birdie over at the par 3 13th.
And this one for the first Viktor Perez, uphill. Should have a little right to left to it. Ideal for a right-handed player, because you can go ahead and let the putter swing, let the toe pass the heel in the follow-through. Tiger Woods was always the best at doing that, releasing the putter through.
Very nice. Good too. Climbing that leaderboard. Into the top 20 goes Viktor Perez. His tee shot was pretty handy. Even better from Hovland. In fact, no one's got closer to this flag than Hovland so far today. Just outside of 6 foot.
Different angle here for Hovland. This is going to have a little bit more swing from the right than what Perez had. I think Perez had a much easier putt, even though it was just marginally longer. No problem. Took the break out. That was wonderful pace. You can see the confidence. These guys look like they've really, having walked around with them in the front nine, it looks like they really are enjoying each other's company. They've had a good chat all day.
To match Ferguson with a 5 at 16. Pepperell. Yeah. Back-to-back drop shots takes him back to level par. Grab another golf ball, thank you. Jon Rahm starts with a birdie at the first. Matt Fitzpatrick with a par. Rory McIlroy birdie at 1, birdie at 2. So four-way tie for second. The gap 2, although the final pair still have that par 5 second where it seems most are making for. So it's not a gimme, but plenty there. 3-shot gap then to Tommy Fleetwood. You would think the winner, Jay, is going to come from that top 5, even though you've got some quality there in Fleetwood in the share of 6th place.
I'm a math guy. I always like being in front. Rahm clearly with that 2-shot lead after his first hole of the day. You know, he's in charge. He's won here before, former world #1, but that chasing pack in Fitzpatrick, Noren, Hatton, and McIlroy, any one of those 4 could go out there and shoot 65 today and make it tough for Rahm.
Talking of tough, we're at 17.
Not as tough as yesterday, I think. Yeah, it's a much easier pin. Yesterday was a brute of a hole. Flag a little bit more accessible today, but it's still a difficult shot to pull off, like you said.
Three out of the 4 days has been up on that back left third of the green. Never used the front portion this week. Kind of the easiest. It's a fun hole location when it's in front.
Yeah, and I'm amazed. Yesterday we talked about that no one's ever made a hole-in-one here because that front pin position would have suggested someone would have done. But nope, so I still have a hope to see one.
I wasn't going to bring up the hole-in-one thing.
It's okay, I can do it myself, Jay. It's not a taboo subject at all anymore. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, that must have been online.
You were getting your hopes up there for a second.
Tell you what, he must have looked good from behind the tee.
Another quality here. He has played some lovely shots today, Ewan Ferguson. You can see the reason why he's a 2-time winner on the DP World Tour this campaign. All-in-one prize, BMW 8 Series Coupe and Pepperell next.
A couple of good shots. That one feeds back down the slope a little bit, but the small area where the hole's cut between the 2 bunkers, right and left in the back portion of the 17th, those are good shots.
That's 100% day. Yeah.
Those are the projected rankings, so a win, should Rahm get it, would take him up to 4th. And it would leave Rory McIlroy as the #1 player in Europe.
Long walk around the lake at 17. We go back to 14T. Perez with the driver. They move the tee up 23 yards.
effectively it plays a lot shorter than the 23 yards they moved the tee up, because now it allows you to land on a downslope and kick forward. Just in the first cut. Wind should be behind the players here, and if you can kind of flatten this tee shot out and land it on that downslope, you can get a lot of run here at 14 today.
We have liftoff.
That's the run I was talking about. He caught that downslope. The fairways are just so pure here. You get a perfect lie every single time. I haven't seen a ball in a divot yet this week. I mean, limited field, only 50 players started the week.
Yeah, that'll help, but yeah, I always find that really annoying for the players when they hit a good shot, middle of the fairway, and they don't have the lie that maybe that rewards or should reward.
When they changed the rule to allow tapping down spike marks, I think they should have added in taking out of divots as well.
Yeah, I think the only reason why they haven't, Jay, and, is what is a divot?
Good point.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll go along with that. There is a gray area there. But just kind of the general theme is hit a perfect shot down the fairway. Shouldn't be in somebody else's divot.
No. Jon Rahm coming down the second, looking to try and match Rory McIlroy, Tyrrell Hatton's birdie start. We're watching Ewan Ferguson with Connor Syme, who's his kind of best buddy out on tour. He's only just outside the top 10 right now. There is Ewan Ferguson. First Scot to win 2 events on the DP World Tour since Paul Lawrie a decade ago. And given the prize fund of $10 million, a healthy final check of the year coming the way of these 2 players, even though they are kind of mid-pack. 2 nice tee shots. That's 17.
Came up a bit short, Pepperell. Not a very complicated putt, just pace, a little bit off the right. You don't want to send it too far right, because then it will stay there. So I would think maybe just a ball or 2 right, use the slope, it's going to get left, and then hold its line. It's going to be slow because he's putting into the grain and into the wind.
You can see Eddie has to come up a little bit of a ridge and breaking right to left, and then maybe come back the other way. Had the knee bend working, but that was a begging knee bend. He wasn't serious with it.
Well, from where he was, maybe he thought it had a little bit of a chance. It's been good to see him back, getting towards his best. He was firmly inside the top 50 of the world just 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago. And then golf became a struggle again. It happened to him before. Back in 2016 he struggled, rose back up towards the top players in the world, looking to do the same again.
It's happened to a lot of us, Richard. We all know how complicated this game is. So the key is, when you have those good years, you got to keep the foot down and try to ride the wave as long as possible. But Eddie's definitely back. Now Ferguson, after what would have looked like an amazing line after tee, just a little bit of left to right in this. It'd be nice to finish 2-4, if not 2-3. It'd be an amazing way to finish your season and your first time you're playing this. And maybe also join Eddie with a couple of margaritas on the beach.
Yes, lovely too. Well done, you and Ferguson. He's off to Nashville next week, Jay, for his holidays. You been there for your holidays?
I haven't, but I do listen to a lot of music from Nashville, the really kind of home of country music.
Mm-hmm.
Supposed to be a fantastic atmosphere there. Definitely a bucket list place to visit.
I say for his 3 from Pepperell. Perez is laid up, but Hovland really got it down there. Giving it a go. That wasn't what he wanted.
As misses go, that's not bad. Sets himself up plenty of green to work with. You don't like seeing a second shot kind of bleeding off to the right because the water is over there. There's a bank that feeds the ball down, but Hovland's fine.
Worth mentioning Ryan Fox's 4 under today. He's coming down the back 9 of his final round of a fantastic season, and good to see. It looks like it's going to be one where he ends it on a high. We're looking down at 18 here. Go on, Jay, you're going to say?
Well, as it stands right now with Fox's good run today, he's 5 under in total. He started the week second in the DP World Tour rankings and is projected to finish second. Obviously, McIlroy is looking like finishing first at the moment. Fitzpatrick, he's kind of the potential spanner in the works for those two.
Yeah, there's a $1 million bonus for the winner of the DP World Tour rankings.
Well, we have a lull at the moment here. Were you a little surprised earlier when I knew that that Harding guy played at Dortmund?
I was. I assumed someone must have told you.
No.
So why did you know that then?
Because my son, he's a huge football fan, as you guys say, and Dortmund is his favorite team. That's the only reason I knew.
Okay.
I thought I'd get more reaction from that earlier today.
Yeah, I mean,
because I'm clueless about football.
There was obviously I don't believe you. I think you know more than you're letting on. Well, here is the concluding hole of the season for these players and for everyone who comes here, where the playoff will be as well, should there need to be one.
And playing the up tee for the 3rd day in a row, which really makes 18 very interesting. Let's have a look here from this forward tee. It's in the neighborhood of 275 to the right fairway, which you're going to see in just a moment, tucked behind that tree. You can always bail out and play up the left side, but the further you go up the left side, the rough and the creek down the middle of the fairway pinches in. I'm not sure there's really an easier fairway to hit one way or the other, but certainly if you go in the right fairway, you have a much easier angle for your second shot. Most players will be able to reach the green in 2. It is uphill, and if the wind stays in the same direction, there will be a little bit of breeze in the player's face here. So that water short and angling up to the left of this final green is certainly in play.
Yeah, there is a bit of a breeze into, so he will make the carry on the ride. Tempting for a lot of them. I'm not sure Eddie will go that way, but we're going to look at Ferguson first. Whichever side of the fairway you try to hit it on, it's a difficult tee shot. If you go left and it just leaks a little, you can always take a couple of bounces and find the water. And you need to hit a pretty straight, accurate shot that doesn't really move much in the air to find the right.
There's nothing about this tee shot that makes you comfortable, does it, Nico?
No, there isn't. Every time, and I can assure you that every player that steps on this tee knows that they need to hit a good shot to find the fairway.
I just love Ferguson's swing. It's so simple, so fluid, powerful. Choosing to go up the left side, and I think with the wind in the face, oh, look at that. That slope that Nico was talking about kind of feeds the ball off to the right. That wind in the player's face just makes going left a little bit more friendly.
After seeing Ferguson's drive, I can only think that Eddie's going to go down the left.
He's got 3 wood. He's definitely going left.
Left.
Right here, fellas. Right in front of us. Right here. Right here.
That really settled down. Settled down on a downslope. Nicholas will have a look, but I don't think that looks like an easy layup.
Well, we know Eddie had some problems there on day 1, when he made a 7. Hovland for eagle, I suppose you could say, at 14. Slow down.
He's run that about 7 feet past the hole, but that was far from a straightforward shot using a putter from the fringe. Had a lot of slopes and grain changes to deal with.
On the green. For a birdie for Viktor Perez, found the bunker, came out to hit.
Viktor's had very good distance control with the putter today. When you're controlling your pace, it makes it easier to read the greens.
Well, it's turning into a very good score now for Viktor Perez. Putting together one of the rounds of the day, the Frenchman. 4 under. No bogeys, still got a couple of chances to come yet.
All of a sudden he's in a tie for 15th. Now you're starting to get up into that prize breakdown where the money gets pretty big. Well, each shot becomes a lot more important dollar-wise in this $10 million purse.
He has had you can see by watching every shot as we do in the feature group how hard he's had to battle for that score. He easily could have thrown in a couple of bogeys. Made a couple of really good 2 putts.
The 4 for Perez at 8 was huge after the poor tee shot. Now can Hovland follow Perez in for the 2nd hole in a row?
Nice bye, Viktor.
Yes, he can. 3 under par for the Norwegian. Well, they're finishing strongly, it seems. That's the trophy that's for the winner of this DP World Tour Championship. And there's the trophy for the #1 player in Europe, the Harry Vardon Trophy. And Jon Rahm, well, he couldn't have asked for much more, could he really? Birdie start, 17 under, needed by 2. Significantly, you can see Rory McIlroy, 2nd day in a row. He's made a bogey 5 at the 3rd. So he's back to 13 under, which is 4 back now. Matt Fitzpatrick opened up with a couple of pars. Now, it's an interesting looking shirt. That's a golf shirt, isn't it? Looks like golf things on there.
It does, yeah. Looks good on him. Not sure it would look good on you, Richard.
No, yellow's not my colour.
Isn't it?
No, definitely not. I think I can say I don't own any t-shirt shirt that has yellow in it.
I see. I mean, you know, we won't get too deep into it. Is it a skin color thing, or just
well, it must be. Yeah. I put it on and just no.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great crowds out here today. I mean, fantastic atmosphere, and that is not a good-looking lie.
No.
Go.
Yeah, the lie wasn't amazing. All he had was a layup.
see some players are up on the green, so Ferguson can get there in 2.
Of course he can. He's 237 away, a little bit into off the left. But now where do you hit this? Because the flag is just over the water on the left. You know, it's kind of like a L-shaped green, short right to long left. You know, it's 30-something paces on the green, but it's only 6 when you try to carry the left side. So the bailout is right, but if you go long right, you end up having a very difficult up and down. So it is a difficult shot to get right. Not only see it, but execute it as well.
Projected standings there at the moment. Ferguson projected to slip from where he started the week in 13th down to 16th. See that his shirt's being ruffled a little bit by the breeze.
So 237, probably like 7 up, another 15 of wind. This is going to play a lot longer than the yardage suggests. And it's actually picked up as well, which feels nice, but I wouldn't know if it will make him feel more comfortable.
Well, you have to think bailouts to the right, especially into a left to right breeze.
It's heading right to in that trap. Not an easy one coming up for Ferguson.
Yeah, it's not exactly a straightforward bunker shot, is it?
Pepperell now with his third shot into this par 5. Come on, Eddie, let's make it a good one to end the season.
Yeah, I'm all for it as well. He's played well the majority of the day, Eddie. This looks quite good, actually. And it is good.
Wonderful shot. He'll have that putt to finish the week under par, and that's always a nice little kind of emotional bonus.
It's a fabulous setting, isn't it? This 18th hole at the Earth course. It's crowded there already, but not anywhere near as crowded as it will be in about 4 hours from now, when the final few groups will be coming down here. But much to contemplate for players like Eddie Pepperell and Ewan Ferguson on a job well done. Maybe not quite where they want to be this week, but in terms of the year as a whole.
Especially for Eddie Pepperell, start of the year, you know, without full playing rights, couldn't make his schedule, you know, got the late call up quite a few times, got a couple of sponsors invites to help him with his schedule, but he's come through and played great. Anytime, especially outside of tour school without full playing rights, that you end up at the Tour Championship, that's just exceptional play.
Yeah, this time last year, Ewan Ferguson was just finishing his Race to Mallorca campaign, the Challenge Tour season. Didn't win last year on the Challenge Tour, still managed to finish 6th on the rankings there. Now he's in the top 20 of the DP World Tour rankings. And for their caddies too as well, they've been along that journey. Jamie Herbert for Eddie Pepperell, Stephen Nielsen on the bag for Ewan Ferguson.
The caddies have a hard job. Golfers just walk around and hit a little white ball. The caddies have to lug that bag in cold and wet, hot conditions like today. You know, hats off. The caddies, you know, never get the accolades that they deserve. Forget the fact that they're psychologists, mathematicians, and you know, a shoulder to cry on sometimes. They do a great job.
Yeah, the best job description I've ever heard from a caddy was professional punching bag, which I thought was always not far from the truth at times. This is difficult for Ferguson. You can easily leave this short because he's got a huge bank to deal with. You fly this all the way to the hole, you need to spin it to a dime to leave it near the hole.
Players have really struggled to spin the ball much out of the bunker, so not a surprise that one runs across the green.
Back to 18 in a moment, to 15.
Perez laid up with an iron off the tee here. Full shot into the green and uphill into the wind. So you can't see the bottom of the flagstick on the back left portion. Another good shot for Perez. Ferguson will be first to putt from the left fringe here at 18.
That wasn't his best effort of the season.
No, that wasn't a good one. He ever had a feel for that one. Didn't see the line. Pepperell now has this birdie putt to come. This would be a really nice way to finish a really good season. We've already talked about the challenges with his ranking to start the year, to be here, just to get into red numbers in the last event of the season. A little downhill, should have some right to left to it.
Go on, why not? Fabulous. And around a 69 from Eddie Pepperell, matching his score from yesterday. So a very good weekend. Finishes under par for the DP World Tour Championship. And it's a good season overall for Eddie Pepperell.
Hasn't been a great final round for Ewan Ferguson. This for a 72. Get your full attention. Keep it inside the hole nice and firm.
Well, holiday time now for Ferguson, and I'm sure back to the graft and getting ready to try and maybe even push on from this fabulous 2022 campaign.
Yeah, he really came out and played great so often, week in, week out. Got the win, which is always nice. Proves that you can. She had a good opportunity in Kenya when he lost out to Ashan Wu with a great final round in some blustery conditions. But Ewan Ferguson has a lot of game. Great swing.
This is at 15, Hovland for his birdie.
early walk told you that didn't hit it the way he wanted. A bit of a push. Started the week mathematically with a chance to be the season-ending champion. Just hasn't been Hovland's week.
Well, there are some great vantage points, and this is a good look at Perez. Birdie at 13, 14, and there's another at 15.
Putting together one heck of a day, 3 birdies in a row when you're getting to the end of the money day. 5 under on the day, 6 under in total. Starting to talk about every stroke is a lot of money right now. Gonna make for a nice Christmas.
It certainly is. How about the start from Jon Rahm? Talking of 3 birdies in a row, he started the day with it, and he's opened up a 3-shot lead over Noren and Fitzpatrick. Noren's 2 under through 4, and he's lost ground. Rory McIlroy at the moment not able to push on after he made a good start, but that drop shot at the 3rd maybe just killed the momentum a little, and suddenly he finds himself 5 back.
16 tee, Perez just trying to aim it at the 2 bunkers up the middle of the fairway, work it a little left to right up the right half, and that is perfectly done. Just hits the downslope and runs. Don't run through the fairway. Hang on. Perfect. But he's going to have a downhill lie, an awkward shot to that right hole location at 16 today out on the peninsula. Hovland just looks like he likes to hit it right to left a little bit, and this calls for a little left to right. Wind behind, players can't feel it on the tee, but it's up in the air. That's the shape right there. Hovland can do it all.
Tommy Fleetwood a couple under, still in the picture. He was really having to rely on a stumbling day, if you like, from Jon Rahm. The way the co-leaders yesterday just stalled a bit, Fitzpatrick and Hatton, not so far from Jon Rahm. 66, 65 the last 2 days from the Spaniard, which has taken him to the top of the leaderboard. Connor Syme has started the back 9, birdie, so he's into a share of 10th at 7 under par.
And Syme is another young Scot. I really like his game, and a super nice young man. But Connor just looks like he's ready to push through and win. Of course, you know, had his 2nd place finish earlier this year. Just barely lost out.
And there's Ryan Fox. And we watched a little bit of Ryan, and suddenly he's just outside the top 10, where I think he's had 10 top 10s already this year. You never know, he might make it 11 yet.
That's a lot. That's incredibly consistent golf when you think about the travel, the different types of golf courses, the massive variety and conditions that the DP World Tour plays in throughout the year in this long season. Ryan Fox has really played well week in and week out.
And on our Scottish theme, David Law closes with a bogey-free 66. That's a nice way to end the season. And he just snuck in to play here this week. That's a good look at the property. It really is a big estate, Jumeirah Golf Estate. Here is where the tee shots have finished at 16.
Perez is way down there, 365 off the tee, and that graphic, it almost looks like that tree on that little island is kind of in play. Nicholas Colsaerts has now joined this second of our two feature groups, and some pretty long tee shots here, Nicholas.
Yeah, and you're right, that tree is definitely in play. You can find the green with just like a little 3/4 wedge shot where you're trying to give it that slice spin, because once it pitches on the green, if you slice it in, it's going to move maybe like 5-10 feet to the right. So there is a shot, but he'll be like, come on, I've just hit a 360 down the middle and I've got a tree in front of my face. You know what professional golfers are like.
Yeah, most of the time they're very good at moaning about things.
Yeah, it's kind of true. It's a despicable trait of personality that most of us have. Professional golfers, I'd have to agree with you. But on the contrary, Hovland's in a perfect position. He only has 145 yards downwind. I'm just curious to see how aggressive he's going to be with this. If he has the right number and straight away, you know, sometimes the yardage sometimes just comes straight away at you. If he knows it's that strike with that club, or it's going to play this far, 100% certain he'll go for the pin. But if he's just in between, it's one of them where he'll probably go a couple of paces to the left of it. And the amount of talking they're doing, I suggest that he hasn't had that clear picture yet.
Yeah, Nicholas, you don't normally get much of a conversation if you've got a good number, do you?
Exactly right. When you just hear the number, you're like, you look at your caddy and go, no, I'm good. Then you know you're good and you got it.
Okay, might have been a nervous moment or two, and that one just barely carried up onto the green.
See, there's plenty to talk about this. You can send this over the tree or over the left side of the tree. But even if you take it over the left side of the tree and you want to be aggressive, you're going to have to give it a bit of cut spin. And when you're trying to hit a high shot like that with a bit of cut spin, it's always a bit dangerous, especially when the miss is pretty bad short and right. So here, if I was in Viktor's position, I think we're just talking a nice little knockdown using the slope on the left. I mean, I wasn't here, but I heard he just made a couple of birdies in a row, so it would be a shame to throw that away.
James happy with the plan here.
Doesn't look like the best of lies down there. He does look to be setting up a little left, going for the cut shot, as Nicholas suggested. Certainly that's a percentage play. What he did, played left, used the slope. Very smart shot for Perez, as Nicholas said. You've done that hard work. You've got it for 5 under on the day, 3 birdies in a row.
Well, let's have a look at them. It started in fine style with this tee shot at the par 313.
This is not an easy hole location, but Viktor Perez made it look easy. Knocked it right in there. Inside of 6 feet. Hold that one.
And off to 14. Putting boots on. In for a lovely birdie 3.
Played conservative off the tee at 15. Iron. Got himself a longer but full second shot into 15, and once again peppers the flagstick.
Yeah, and without a drop shot on the card today, Perez has moved to 5 under par for his round, 6 under overall. Another birdie chance of sorts is coming up here. Have to eke another 1 or 2 out. Might be good enough for a top 10.
Going into Whistling Straits, Perez was in the conversation for a long time about the Ryder Cup, and you know, a good week this week. Nicholas will do a lot of good for Perez, but it's Hovland first. I think Hovland will definitely be at Marco Simone.
Yeah, I think there is a fair chance that we see one of the two victors there. It's going to be slow. Couldn't really get a proper read on this, so I'll leave it to you, Jay.
Well, the grain suggests as it loses pace, it might straighten out or even come a little bit right to left. Like that. Oh, how did that miss? That will make a golfer complain right there. Did everything right. The ball just didn't behave.
It's not like us to complain, Jay, isn't it?
It's in our DNA, as you said a moment ago. Well, you know, it's kind of funny, you know, being around professional golf for, I guess, nearly 40 years now. When I hear a baby crying, I'm thinking that guy has a chance to be a professional golfer.
There's only been a couple of birdies so far here at 16.
Yeah, I think the reason why we've not seen so many birdies is because that flag's at the back there on that right section. When it's short, it's actually a lot easier. You can spin it back like we just saw Viktor Perez ball do. But when it's at the back there, I mean, I don't remember seeing actually anybody flying that green, because we know that where the danger is.
In the years I've been coming here, Nicholas, I've seen one ball when the hole's been over in this portion of the green over into the penalty area, the water over the green, but only one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I've never seen one either. Short, we've seen a fair bit, but not long. Left to right early for Perez. That would be a nice one to make and keep the run of birdies going.
Oh, it was on the perfect line, just lacked the pace.
At the moment he's in 12th position. Talked about the Ryder Cup, Marco Simone. He did finish 3rd behind Robert McIntyre in the most recent edition of the Italian Open.
Here's Hovland for birdie earlier in the day at the 6th hole after a wonderful tee shot. Just fed it right in the middle of the hole.
Yeah, 3 birdies today, and 2 of them have come at the par 3s. Saw that excellent birdie from Perez here. He was even closer. That's the closest anyone actually has been to that flag today.
Hovland, I watched him warm up. He warmed up well. He's played well today. Just, you know, hasn't holed the putts that I think he's accustomed to holding.
Another little change at the top of the leaderboard, by the way. We were talking how Rory McIlroy is well, 5 shots behind. Make that 3 now, because he's made birdie at 5, and Jon Rahm, after the 3 birdie starters, made bogey at 4. So 2 shots now the lead over Hatton, Noren and Fitzpatrick. You look at that top 4 there, and 11 Rolex Series wins between them.
Who would have thought in the top 6 the odd man out without a gold star would be Rory McIlroy?
Yeah. You wouldn't believe it.
Never.
There's Connor Syme. Some good rounds in there. Lagergren, Fox, Viktor Perez, all 5 under. 66 the low score of the day so far. 64 has been the low score of the week. And that came from Ashen Wu on day 2. That rhymed. There he is, level par today. Terrific year for Jordan Smith, back in the winner's circle with his victory in Portugal, first in 5 years. 68 from him today to conclude a very successful campaign. Kurt Kitayama having a struggle out there, one of those who's taken some backward steps over the weekend. Just had a double bogey at the second hole. And he's 4 over today, and he's just birdied 7 actually. 400th DP World Tour event for Pablo Larrazabal. Well, the race, it ends here. The journey to try and become the DP World Tour #1 player. What a year it's been for all these players, really. They've won some big events, they've contended at many others, and they've gone all over the world. Many different continents, countries, and all ends here in Dubai for this season finale. We're down to the final round, and we still aren't sure who is going to succeed Colin Morikawa and win the Harry Vardon Trophy. You'd say the favourite is Rory McIlroy, but Matt Fitzpatrick might have other ideas. It is as it stood between the top 3 coming into the week, with Rory McIlroy at #1, Ryan Fox with his fabulous final round that he's putting together, and Matt Fitzpatrick in the positions of 1, 2, 3. Jon Rahm, if he were to win, would move up to #4. But still all up for grabs, Jay.
There certainly is. Matthew Fitzpatrick, he is really the only one that can overtake McIlroy, but I believe that with McIlroy's play so far today, he's 2 under par through 6 holes now, just parred the 6th hole. Fitzpatrick would have to win. That's going to be a tall task to beat Jon Rahm right now, even though Jon Rahm, well, I mean, he made 4 at the par 3 4th hole. That's hardly a bad score. It's such a tough hole location. Shallow portion of the green, 227 yards today.
Victor Perez's fine round has taken him up a place. He was at 23 at the start of the week, now projected to finish at 22, but he's not done yet. Connor Syme, thanks to his fine play today, moving up the rankings as well.
Great to see Oliver Wilson there, an emotional win in Denmark this season, outside the top 700 in the world rankings, and won. Second win. He won, of course, the first time. He was also outside the top 700 of the world rankings when he won at the Dunhill Links.
Doesn't want to do that again, though, does he?
You don't want to fall that far. No, it's a long fight back, but Oliver Wilson's done it twice.
Yeah, he won a tournament that Victor Perez has won. Well,
that's the second cat I've seen out there today. The first one I walked over, gave a little attention to. That one clearly is looking for some attention.
Attention or food?
Attention. Look at that, rubbing up against him. That's nice. I like that.
Not easy to walk around with a fur coat here, is it, really?
No, it's quite warm. Now, do you think I'm a tennis fan? My cats are named Fed and Rafa.
I hope so.
They're litter mates, brothers from the same litter. Great company cats.
There's the pin positions at 17. Three very similar pin positions.
Similar but different, yes. It's a little bit more friendly, as Nicholas said, today than it was the first and the third round, where it was really tucked close to the left fringe. Very visually intimidating, and that's a great area over there. We're up in that grandstand just above the greatest players on earth. Fantastic atmosphere late in the day here.
Well, this is the 5th and final Rolex Series event of the season, and it started and ended here in the Middle East.
Well, the hard work has certainly paid off in his career to another stage today. And it earns him a Rolex Series victory.
Nothing quite like that winning feeling.
Yeah, Thomas Pieters won at Yas Links at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Viktor Hovland, who we've been watching today, won at Emirates Golf Club at the Slink Dubai Desert Classic. Xander Schauffele took the title at the Renaissance Club for the Genesis Scottish Open, and Shane Lowry, the champion at Wentworth, for the BMW PGA Championship. So the DP World Tour Championship itself on the line, and the lead is down to 1 now for Jon Rahm after a birdie at the par 3 6th from Alex Noren, takes him to 16 under par. Hatton also birdied that hole, so he is alongside Matt Fitzpatrick now in a share of 3rd. Getting exciting. There are 2 victors, one's taking a seat. Union Jack flying over there.
Now, it's been a long-standing kind of controversy. Isn't it a Union Jack only when it's on a ship?
Oh, don't ask me questions
Come
like
on,
that.
I think it is. I think it's a Union flag, but it's Union Jack when it's flying on a ship.
I have no idea.
But when you're walking, we'll change the subject. When you're walking around the course here, it's amazing the international flavor of the houses around the Earth course. You see flags supporting players from all over the world. I saw the Danish flag there. You saw the Union flag. I saw Swedish flags, Emirati flags.
Well, it is such a cosmopolitan place, isn't it, Dubai? The DP World Tour has been coming here for so many years. This is the 14th successive year. The DP World Tour has ended the season here, and it is the most populous city in the United Arab Emirates. Much change from those early days. Didn't see this place for sure, the Burj Al Arab, or the Tower of the Arabs. It's an iconic hotel, said to be the world's only 7-star hotel. It's tall, but not as tall as this place, though. Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 828 meters of it, amongst the 200 skyscrapers you can see dotted around the city itself. You can see some of them just in the horizon from the Earth course itself. Now this has developed from a fishing village into the cosmopolitan city we see today.
While the players wait, let's have a look at the 17th from the players' point of view. A lot of water, and that water doesn't look like that right now. There's a breeze in the player's face, and from the left, today's hole location is up on that back left 3rd of the green, but a little bit more right than what it was in the 1st and 4th round. The 2nd round was over towards the right side over that front right bunker. So it's a little bit more gettable than it was in rounds 1 and 3. But it's pretty exacting. It's only about 14, maybe 14 and a half yards wide between the two fringes pin high. So it's going to take a very precise shot to get it up there around the hole.
This is match number 11, so 20 players have gone through here. Just a couple of birdies so far. Viktor Hovland, when the flag was at the front, did this in round 2.
He was trying to show off, and there is a wonderful BMW for a hole-in-one, and that one had a chance for a long time. In the end, it wasn't a 1, but it was a great shot for Hovland.
I could not find a better spot on 17, guys. I'm right down in line with the flag, hiding behind this cameraman that's recording in case somebody wins this BMW car that's offered for an hole-in-one. When you stand here, you realize that you've got a little bit of green to work with off the left from 200 yards. It's going to play about 210, 215 with this wind that's into off the left.
That one's going to be a little bit tricky. Not far from where Pepperell was, previous feature group coverage earlier.
Now this will suit Hovland, I think. We've seen how he hits the ball. He's got that bit of a trapping move. See if he can just trap this to hold its line just to the left of it. Remember, I said the wind was into off the left. We need this to hang on, and it does just enough.
The number of times that Hovland has been just inside of Perez today on a very similar line is uncanny. It's really been amazing. He's gone to school a lot.
Well, they make their way up this picturesque par 3. Jon Rahm still leading, but things have just tightened up a little bit. Rory McIlroy still in charge at the top of the DP World Tour rankings. The victors, Perez, having fine campaigns. Hovland, we saw in those rankings, would be at number 6 if he finishes where he is right now. Perez would be at number 23. You can feel the atmosphere's building though. It's lunchtime now, so nice spot at 17 to catch a refreshment, see some of the early players coming through. What's your thoughts, Jay, on the season as a whole, really, as opposed to what, you know, predicting what might happen today?
Well, I think as a season on the whole, looking back, it's been a fantastic year. I mean, we're out of the pandemic. It's been great to have the galleries back. It's been great to have more free travel back. It's been a lot nicer for all of us. But I think we've seen great play in some variety of cultures. Golf courses, it has been a fantastic season.
Absolutely. One more round to complete. Yeah, and there's some players there that have got some stories. Richie Ramsey, one of the most celebrated wins. That was fantastic to see. Ryan Fox, 2 wins, could have been more. Victor Perez, who we've seen today performing so well, his win in Holland. What a playoff that was. He holds some putts.
And you've got Max Kiefer, finally won for the first time. Had so many near misses. It was great to see the German win. So a lot of breakthroughs. It was kind of a break back for Richie Ramsey, as you just alluded to. It was quite a few years since his previous win, but he got back in the winner's circle this year.
And I know your favourite shot of the year came from the man at the top of the page there, Guido Migliozzi.
That was an amazing shot. I was standing in the fairway to see that shot. I mean, you could see it was just a laser beam all the way there.
Isn't that another image of the players making their way up onto the 17th green from one of our drones up above? Great pictures.
In position.
Nico, you've done your 18 holes and more already today. Couple more, or one more really. You're on the 17th green to come.
Yeah, and that's why I have to apologise to this little mishap just now, but it's been a long day.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. We like to know that you're in position.
No. I've been in position. You know, I get this from my dad. My dad has followed me throughout my entire career, and he's been doing what I'm doing now, always ahead, always looking at shots, looking at lies. And it's helped me a lot when I was hitting it in the jungle. He was in there finding it, sniffing it around like a hunting dog. But Perez now, I'm not surprised to see the putter. Somebody that chips really well would have probably tried to get rid of the fringe. You know, we've mentioned this before, it's never easy to know exactly what the grain on the fringe is going to do. But it's going to come from the right severely for the first third of this, or the first 2/3 actually. That was easy to find the right distance.
So difficult to judge the pace correctly when you have to go up and over that much fringe, but pretty well done for pace. It was just always difficult to get it far enough right to actually get it in line with the hole. Yeah, not a bad effort.
And it's fair to say he's done that all day long, Viktor Perez, from some awkward positions.
Now Hovland's ball sits just on the edge of the green. I'm not exactly sure if he has to send this outside of the green, because as we all know, the different cut or the different height of the grass, if he just, you know, kisses that, even, you know, that grass height is so very little. If he just kicks it off that edge of the grass, that can easily kick the ball left and the break is off the right. If he sends this over on the fringe too far right, the ball's going to stay right, so it's actually very difficult to get right.
Do you think if you were a Seve or an Ollie, two of the great chippers of all time, this would be a chip shot to take that out?
From this one, probably not, but the one that Perez just had would have definitely been a chip for some of the short game legends that you mentioned.
Good effort. Should be stress-free, easy tap in. When you're in an awkward position, that's all you want. Stress-free. Walk up there close enough to the hole. You don't have to line it up. Don't have to grind, mark it.
Yeah, Bahamas bound next, Viktor Hovland. Meet up with the certain Tiger Woods and company.
It's a pretty cool week at Albany. It's a really neat golf course. Great facility.
It's been blemish-free thus far in this final round for Viktor Perez in terms of any blots on the scorecard. He's had to work hard for a few of his pars, and it's a similar story here at 17.
It's hard to see much break in this one. This is just about picking a line, executing.
It's in. That's the good news.
Made it a little bit more exciting than he wanted. One hole to play. And it's been a very good day for Perez, and still a lot to play for. Pick up a birdie 4 at the final hole. Could prove to be very big in the wallet.
3 shots separate the top 5 players. Good luck to that leaderboard, isn't there? Those top 5 players have all, at some point in their career, if not right now, been ranked in the top 10 of the world rankings. One of them is #1 right now.
Another one has been #1 before. The leader, Rahm. It's a very attractive leaderboard. Great field this week. It's been a fantastic test. The golf course was presented so well. The fairways are perfect. The greens are perfect. I love the rough with the Bermuda grass rather than the overseed. I think it's put more of a premium on driving. I think it's just been a fabulous week, well presented by both Jumeirah Golf Estates, DP World, and the DP World Tour, European Tour Group.
'18. This is where the season ends.
There's some hopes have ended right here too. This is such a difficult tee shot. I think Nicklaus is not happy about having to talk about this tee shot twice in the same day, because I know he doesn't like it.
No, it's not my favorite hole. Oh, even though, you know, every time I've played here, I've managed it quite well. One year I lipped out for eagle to finish third on my own. So, you know, let's be honest, it offers a lot of drama. We've seen Stenson hit that 3 with really close one year. We've seen Rosie almost holding it from the back edge to that front pin. So it offers a lot of entertainment, and this is what we want into a golf course that is played the last tournament of the season.
You definitely have a different outlook when you're holding onto a microphone rather than a grip, don't you?
Well, yes, you do, and it's funny what I like. One of the reasons why I like doing this is because, you know, all your decision making is a lot more simpler than when you do it yourself. You know, there's no second guessing. I mean, look at the amount of breaks that I've given you on greens and everything. It's just like the first look and the instinct is always right.
I think one of the big things is when you're holding onto a microphone, you don't have the emotion that gets in your way sometimes.
Yeah, that's also true. I mean, you know, when you play high level performance sport, you know, you get caught up in the moment and your head can spin because things don't particularly go the way you want to. And so, yeah, holding a microphone and not really having to deal with that sort of stress makes the game look a lot easier.
Well, let me ask you a question, Nico. You've done this, you know, a fair amount this year, and you're getting ready to go back and play full time again in January. Do you feel like you've learned something doing commentary this season while you've been out with physical issues?
Listen, the one thing that I take from all this is that every time I've done this, I play well the week after, because it keeps the game fresh. In my mind, anyway. Perez off the tee. And my favorite hole, would Jay say.
Totally tongue-in-cheek. Perez playing up the left side. Oh no, up the right side. Wow, aggressive play.
It's dry. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We'll ask him later.
Play it over there?
I think he could. I mean, it's not blowing incredibly hard at the moment, so that it is an option.
Good look at Nico on the right side of the screen there. And great insight all week.
I think one of the options you can do here on 18 is actually aim at the water and just hit as hard as you can.
Well, Hovland will be looking for a good lie over there in the mulch area right of the grass on 18.
Well, it's been another good day in our feature group coverage. We saw some fine golf, particularly on the front nine from Ewan Ferguson and Eddie Pepperell. This was the pick of the bunch from the Scotsman at the tough ninth hole.
Yeah, wonderful shot uphill. Players can only see the top half of the flagstick. Just perfectly played, letting it run down the slope to where the hole's located.
Yeah, both Pepperell and Ferguson out in 34 shots. Ferguson then stumbled a little bit over the back nine, but a birdie there at 17 in his round of 72. Eddie Pepperell looked a really good nick over the front nine.
Now the wonderful putt at 2. His first birdie of the day, first of many.
Yeah, he could have birdied 1. There's a good chance at 4. It's at 5.
Always a tough shot up the hill. You can't see even much of the flagstick when it's in the back half of the green. Great play And at 7, Pepperell just pours this one in at the par 5.
Around a 70 today from Eddie Pepperell.
This was a super fast putt down the hill at 6 for Hovland.
He started a little slower than he would have hoped today, Viktor Hovland, but can't keep a good man down, as they say.
This is an amazing shot at 13. We saw Victor Perez's ball just pin high right, and Hovland hit it inside of them. Both made birdie 2s. 3
birdies, 1 bogey in the round so far from the Viktor Hovland. The Victor Perez, well, he's gone on a birdie move on this back 9.
That was confirmation after the tee shot at 13 we just saw, and then 1 hole later, up around the green in 2, played a bunker shot to this position, and nothing to it. Birdie at 13-14 for the Frenchman.
Yeah, 5 birdies at this point. No drop shots on the card, but not done there. Short par 4, 15th hole.
It laid up off the tee, had a full shot into this short par 4 green, and just stuffed it in there close.
And he's had a nice tee shot here at 18 as well. So could be one of the rounds of the week here for Victor Perez. Certainly the lowest round that we've seen in our feature group coverage this week.
It's been a warm week as well. You can see Perez just wiping his brow a little bit, having some water. Unseasonably warm. A little bit more humid, I think, than I've ever remembered it. It's been great weather for good scoring.
And as you said, Jay, just a case of Hovland needing a decent lie down that right side. Nico Colsance is out there watching this pair for us.
Yeah, it's not amazing. Like, his ball is resting against a little twig. Oh, small little dead branch. So I can only think this is going to be a step from the back foot, laying up with a wedge or so. He's got a bit of, he's got a big cut of grass that separates the mulch from the rough.
It's the 3rd time this week that Hovland has been in that little edge between the mulch and the grass.
And as you can see, that's where he's chipped out to for 2, Viktor Hovland.
.229 for Victor Perez. Up a little bit into the wind. This will play probably 20 yards more, so around the 250 mark. High draw, trying to bring this from the right would be an absolutely amazing way to finish.
Wonderful shot, very aggressive. Just a little right of the hole, with the hole cut over behind the creek on the left side of the green. Great stuff.
Yeah, what a lovely way to end your year. Victor Perez back in the winner's circle for the first time in 3 years, and looks like it's going to be a nice low one to conclude here in Dubai.
Had a chat with his caddy when I was out there following these guys earlier today, and his next event is likely to be in Abu Dhabi in mid-January. As we look at this shot uphill into the wind, again, just pure talent right there. Wonderful execution. So a nice little break coming up for Mr. Perez.
Well, he has got an eagle putt to come there, Victor Perez, and it will be to equal the low round of the week, a 64, if he can manage that. Now, 3rd shot coming in for Viktor Hovland.
Hovland's got 1-1-1, which, if I translate this into my metric system, is a perfect 100. We like nice round numbers. A little bit into it's going to play longer. He can use 5 paces behind this and trying to bring it back. Probably playing about 125.
Right over the top of the flagstick, but it's a good leave there. You didn't want to take on the water, so after a bad break off the tee, Hovland sets himself up with a good chance to make birdie his final hole of the season.
Yeah, and Victor Perez, it's not for a 64, actually, it will be for a 65. The putt that's coming up is still good day, whatever the outcome might be. Till Hatton moves within 1. The Englishman creeps a little closer. Alex Noren made a 6 at 7, while Hatton made a 3, birdie 3 at 8, so they've swapped position on the leaderboard.
The top 2 on the leaderboard both have 4 gold stars. Who's going to be number 5?
First to 5, yeah. That's the back 9 that caused the issues yesterday for Till Hatton. Came back in 39. Nice to see Ryan Fox up there. Sure he'll get a great welcome when he comes to this 18th hole. So it'll be Victor Perez first to go for that eagle try.
What a nice way it would be to finish. 3 on the last tournament of the year. Played well today. You'd be like, where am I playing next? You know, all this time you're planning and you're thinking you're going to take a couple of weeks off, and you get off this week bouncing because you played well the last round. We've seen it before. A little bit left to right early and definitely right to left at the end. I had a bit of doubt looking from this side. But then from the other side, I mean, I look at Victor's putt, or Hovland's putt, sorry. There's definitely a little bit of right to left at the end. It's very makeable. And wouldn't it be nice?
Whereas Caddie James is working hard on the line as well.
You can just see the color change here. He's kind of almost at the high point. Has to go up a little bit and then downhill to be speedy. A huge money putt here for Perez. Eight under would be a tie for 10th.
Oh, the knee bend. Had a little look, had the chance, but he's going to have to settle for a birdie instead.
Well, to be honest with you, when you look at the amount of putts he's made in that playoff in Holland.
Yeah. Hovland down the right side from the mulch and having to lay up, but nice third over the flag.
Left to right in this. Now you saw what Victor Perez's ball did. Victor's coming from the opposite side. He'll be quick and left to right. Probably a hole to the left if you dine it in.
not to be, but started with a bogey, took a little while to get going. Not the sort of week he was hoping for, but a round of 70 to conclude for Viktor Hovland, and that should be good enough to leave him either 5th, 6th, something around that spot at the end of the season on those DP World Tour rankings. And always nice to finish our feature group coverage for the week, for the season, with a birdie at the last, and an equal best round of the day so far of 66 from Victor Perez. Well, a chance to say thank you to Nicholas Colsaerts, who put in a fair few holes out there today. We wish him good health and good scoring in the 2023 DP World Tour season. Thanks to you as well, Jay, and to Thomas Bjorn and Warren Humphreys this week. It's going to be a great finish. Jon Rahm, by the way, has now got a 2-shot lead. He's just birdied the par 5 7th. There's going to be plenty of changes up there in terms of winning the rankings, winning the tournament, but at the moment you'd say McIlroy to finish #1 in Europe and Rahm to finish #1 at the DP World Tour Championship. That's where you're thinking it's going right now.
It certainly does. Rahm, former world #1, former winner here. He's going to be tough to beat, no question about it, especially with the current 2-shot lead. But the guys nipping at his heels, they're all proven winners. This is far from over.
Yeah, and players like Victor Perez and out on the course, players like Ryan Fox, showing what can be done. There's plenty of room for changing there. It's been a fantastic 2022 DP World Tour season. I hope wherever we bring you this feature group coverage, you've enjoyed the chance to see these full rounds from some of the top players in the world. This week, the top 50 players eligible on the rankings, making their way to the Earth Course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates. Good luck to the players in their final round. From all of us here, though, bye-bye for now.